Hello, everyone. Welcome to day two of Lichess broadcast commentary of the Candidates 2024. And this is the first ever candidates who joined both open and the women's section at the same time at the same location. I'm your host, Irene Sukandar, and today I'll be joined by the Mr. Silicon Road Chess, Grandmaster Matthew Sadler. Hello, Matthew. How are you today?
Great, thanks very much. Really looking forward to round two.
Yes, what an exciting day we had yesterday. Six draws, one decisive result, but most of the draws were fighting draws. What are your expectation of today?
Yeah, I mean, I think the same really. I'm looking at the games here, and there's quite a few where you think you could get a decisive result or something very exciting, both in the men's and the women's sections.
Right, without further ado, let's check the pairings of today. We have the multi-board here of today's pairings in the open section. Hikaru Nakamura will be playing against Vidit Gujarati. Praggnanandhaa versus Gukesh. Ooh, this is two youngsters, Indian youngsters. And then on the third board, we have Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana versus Nijat Abasov. I would expect today at least there's some decisive result in the open section because yesterday it was quite a peaceful result for all the boards. But well, we'll see. What are your thoughts, Matthew?
Well, I'm quite looking forward to Jan Nepomniachtchi against Alireza Firouzja. I think, yeah, Jan's got to get started really in the tournament. The way that Alireza played yesterday was really, really nice. So I'm quite looking forward to that. Hikaru against Vidit is going to be very, very interesting as well. Hikaru's got to get going, and Vidit played very well yesterday. So looking forward to that. Caruana Abasov, you're thinking, well, is Fabi going to make his move here? And then, of course, there's this great matchup between the youngest Indian talents, Praggnanandhaa against Gukesh. I mean, actually, every single game there is a cracker, I think.
I would think so. Yes, every single game here is gonna be a great fight, and I'm just looking forward to seeing their preparations because just first round yesterday we saw the compilation of a great preparation by engines, of course. I had a talk with many Grandmaster friends of mine, and the game between Fabi versus Hikaru, it's like, violating all the opening principles. Well, if you have students and then you're going to explain to them, like, this is why knight of is played, a6 is to be done because you're going to prevent bishop b5, but next minute, Hikaru does it. And then how are you going to explain that, right? Okay, let's move on to the women's pairings of the day. We have two experienced players, Katrina Lahno versus Koneru Hampi, Zhongyi, the sole winner of yesterday's match, versus Faishali, and Nurgül Salimova versus Lei Tingjie, and Alexander Goryachkina versus Anna Muzychuk. What are your thoughts, Matthew?
There's a few quite interesting ones here. I mean, Zhongyi against Vaishali, Zhongyi won the first game. So, maybe looking to really make a great start. And I think Salimova against Tingjie is going to be very interesting. I mean, really, you'd want as a top seed to make something against the bottom seed, but you've just lost the game. So, you're obviously not feeling at your best. So that's going to be a very, very interesting matchup as well.
Yes, Lei Tingjie lost yesterday, and I have a feeling that she wants to make it up for yesterday's loss and then play a really beautiful chess today. And we see some moves already on the board. Please be reminded that we have a 15 minutes delay to the live stream. To the real lifetime of the games right now, and I think let's get to it. Which board do you want to go first, Matthew?
Let's have a look at Fabiano against Abasov, because that's going to be interesting to see what Fabi's actually cooking here.
Let's go. Okay, we have a few moves. Let's see it from the start. So Fabiano plays another e4 against Abasov, a4 c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, e5. Okay, I will I will sit there for a second. I was commentating at the World Cup Baku 2023, and the game between Caruana versus Abasov in the semifinal. Actually, not in the semifinal. It's the match for the third place, and the second game of their match. So Fabi already won the first game, and then the second game of their match, Fabi went e4, and then we know that Abasov's main repertoire was Sveshnikov, but there were some interesting sides here that after this, and then this, Abasov played e6, and we know that after knight b5, we can transpose this to Sveshnikov after d6, bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, and so on. Okay, and in this position, Abasov thought for a while and he decided for a rare variation. Maybe it's becoming trendy right now. It's bishop b, sorry. After e6, sorry. Knight b5, and then it was, I think, bishop b5 or bishop b4. Hang on, I think it's bishop b4. Something like this. So I had a feeling that I don't know, Abasov should have gone Sveshnikov, but he tried to deviate it early, which is not to his liking, I guess, and he eventually lost the game, but it was such a good prep by Fabiano anyway. So in this game, in the candidates, Fabiano changed his approach by playing the Rossolimo, bishop b5, followed by e5, and I did some research about it because I'm playing this position for both colors, and e5 is becoming trendy these days, like a very simple response against Rossolimo. What do you think, Matthew?
Yeah, it's I think this has become reasonably popular recently. I mean, actually, to be honest, I think Magnus is really responsible for everyone being happy to accept a hole on d5, and because he plays all sorts of positions where he's happy to take this hole, lots of Sicilians that he's played and won, and also he's played some Stonewall Dutch structures as well, which is with the pawns on d5
Yeah.
and f5. So yeah, I think he's partly responsible for people looking at this. I mean, bishop d6 is kind of a move that would have looked completely crazy in my day, but also quite mainline nowadays. I mean, the idea simply is that after bishop takes c6, d takes c6, your bishop looks quite reasonable on d6. It's just that for a little while it's going to look a little bit silly, but at least you're getting your king side out quickly, and you can play knight f6, castles, rook e8, and then bishop f8, and your position is looking sensible. It's one of those sophisticated developing moves, really, that's pretty modern, really.
Right.
But this is, castles, quite interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what Fabi has got prepared here. But I think, 1e4 from Fabi, it's a real sign of intent. I think he was really prepared to wheel out the big guns and really put Abasov under pressure. So yeah, big game for Abasov as well, I think.
Yeah, I would think so. Absolutely, yes. So this bishop d6 in a quick glance, it looks like a very awkwardly placed, but we've seen in so many openings, not necessarily in Sicilian, where you actually put your bishop on d3 as white, and you also put your bishop on d6 as black. So this is quite a thematic approach, I would say, in the openings. But to be honest, I've never seen something like this before in this Rossolimo, so it's going to be interesting. And you mentioned that Magnus has been responsible for so many new trendy lines, yeah? And I believe after this candidate, we will see also like at least one popular opening or lines that going to be played for the coming months. Okay, so knight c3 was played, and then both players didn't take so much time to play all the moves until move 6, and castle was the last move here. So if we were white in this position, what would be our plans? Like, there are so many sensible plans here, but which one would you choose, Matthew?
Yeah, so I mean, Fabi's played h3 here, which is very, very flexible. I mean, White's got quite a few ideas. I mean, bishop g5 is the pin at some stage feels like it will be done, but maybe Fabi will delay that until Black's played rook e8 and bishop f8, for example, and then you play bishop g5, and then if Black plays bishop e7, then Black's wasted a tempo like that. Obviously, some plan with f4 is quite tempting. Moving the knight out of the way, playing
Yeah.
f4. That's very natural. I mean, you could also just go for a sort of a Lopez plan. Bring the knight round e2 to g3, aim for that f5 square. And yeah, I mean, you could even then follow up with maybe c3 and d4. There's plenty of plans at the moment, and yeah, I mean, it's a nice position actually, nice and complex. Plenty of sides have got a lot of choice, and yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I mean, Abasov's thinking a little bit now, so yeah, I don't know whether he's sort of gathering his thoughts together, or whether Fabi's last move took him by surprise a little bit, but yeah, quite interesting. A6 played fast. Okay, that's
Yes. Well, okay, we'll get back to this a6, but I was just this position reminded me of the four knights with the bishop d6 variation. The only difference is before a6 in this one, you don't have c5. You only have the pawn on c7. So if I can reconstruct it from the beginning, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, bishop b5, and here we know that there is a common line with bishop d6. And then white can play what Fabi did in the game, let's say d3, castle, castle, and then okay, the move of c7, c5 was not possible in this position, and then I mean white can continue with h3 and so on. My question is, would it be preferable to have this position with the pawn on c7 or with the pawn on c5? Is it a huge advantage in the black's position having the pawn on c5 because it's like conquering the center?
Well, yeah, I mean, in actual fact, in this position, well, after bishop c6, d takes c6, you often see black playing c5. So, yeah, in principle, it shouldn't be, it should be something quite decent having the pawn on c5. I think the only thing you've got to be a little bit careful about with black is that you've got your c pawn on c6 already, and that means that yeah, there's some sort of weakness on the black queen side, particularly the b6 square, and when you play a6 and force bishop c6, dc6, that b6 square is a little bit sensitive, so you've got to make sure that you keep those shored up. Often if white plays a4 looking for a5, then black plays a5 himself to try and keep those squares solid. But in principle, having the pawn on c5 should be completely reasonable. It's I mean, black wants to. One of black's advantages really is that black's got this sort of clamp on the center with the pawns on e5 and c5. There'd be no reason to keep the pawn on c6 really. So yeah, no, it's a good thing for black to have the pawn on c5.
Right. Okay. Before we continue to the next one, there's just one little technical issue, and I have to put us on the break, and we'll be back after like 1 or 2 minutes. So please don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. Hello, welcome back everyone. Sorry for the technical issue, but we are back now and we are currently analyzing the game between Fabiano and Abasov. There is still no updates on the game. The last move was A6, what I have on my computer, and Fabiano is still thinking for the next move whether it is good to take the knight or move the bishop elsewhere. What do you think? We have three candidate moves here, right, Matthew? Bishop c6, bishop a4, bishop c4, and all of these moves look completely possible. So which one do you think is the best move?
Yeah, I mean it's intriguing actually because h3 is quite unusual from Fabi. It's not the normal move. A4 is normally played. I
Right.
guess that with the idea that after a6 you can play bishop c4. So I would have thought, reasoning like that that Fabi's idea behind h3 is that after a6 he would just want to take on c6. And that would make logical sense somehow, but somehow he's thinking. So now I'm a little bit confused, about what the idea could be, because I would have thought simply that he would play that immediately. I mean, this is quite normal. I mean, you'd maybe play a4 here next. That would probably be that could be a sensible move, just threatening a5. I mean, black would play a5 to stop that. And then I mean, white's got a number of plans. I
Bishop
mean, the knight can be.
e3.
You can move the knight round to c4, or you can play knight h2 or knight d2 then, and then f4, that sort of thing. I mean it's much of a muchness really. I mean it's just a normal Rossolimo position there. I mean, if we're looking at other alternatives, I mean, I guess that you could try bishop c4 instead of bishop takes c6. But I would guess that you'd need to have some have a specific reason to
Like after
work out why
b5,
b5, and then I
maybe
guess
bishop d5.
bishop
Yeah.
d5. Yeah, I'm struggling to work out why you'd really want to play those moves. I mean, they're why it's probably not worse or anything, but would they give anything in particular? You need some really specific reason for it, I think. So I really think bishop c6 is the only reasonable move. The only move that makes human sense anyway.
Yeah. Well, all these moves are quite possible. It's just, I think, a matter of taste. And there's some move. Oh, Fabi took.
Yeah.
Fabi took on the
Fabi
took on the c6. Yes, and
I'm guessing d takes c6.
I would say so too. Yeah, I don't see any point of taking it with the b pawn because it's just going to worsen black's position. Okay. Shall we check other games? Which one
the
would you pick?
Nepomniachtchi Firouzja one's hotted up already, so
Let's do that.
Maybe have a look at that.
Okay. Oh, they already played 16 moves. Okay, let's see it from the start. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6. Oh no, Berlin. Oh, d3. Okay, so bishop
Good
c5.
Berlin, though. That's the thing.
No, but I almost caught Eric yesterday that he really almost believed me when I said that the Berlin draws are officially banned.
He did. He believed you. He really did.
He did. But of course, it's just a joke. No variation is banned in chess. Okay, so bishop c5, c3. Oh, speaking of Eric, I saw in the chat that he is terribly missed by the chat. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Eric is not here with us today, but I will convey your message and then try to get him back to the commentary as soon as I can. Okay, let's continue. c3, castle, d5. Wait, I did some analysis on this Berlin before. d5, e takes, queen d5, bishop c4, queen d8, b4, bishop e7. Okay, we are going to the old Goethe piano. Maybe.
Yeah. No, this is quite well known. There's been loads of games with this. So all sorts of ideas. The queen sometimes comes to d6, but yeah, this is all really cutting edge in actual fact. So I mean, we're still in theory at this point, so I'm sure both players know it. It's starting to get a bit random now. I think we're seeing the influence of engines here.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
we're heading for a novelty, but a very, very natural one coming up. So knight b6 is normal. Bishop b3. Bishop takes f3. Ali Reza, he's always going to have games with double kingside pawns, I think. That's basically written in the stars. He had the white side against Praggnanandhaa yesterday.
Yes, that's a trend.
But g takes f3 is interesting there. And then, yeah, queen takes d3. In my database, I'm just having a quick look in the databases,
Okay,
but
yes.
it seems to be that seems to be a novelty. Queen takes d3, as far as I can tell. I'm just having a little look in all the known databases there. I've got. Let's have a look. Queen d7 was played in the game. I'm not going to be able to pronounce that properly. Durarbaili against Rothstein in 2022.
Okay, so
Queen
instead of
d7
queen
was
takes
played.
d3, yeah?
Yeah, Queen d7 was played.
But Matthew, I'm such a pawn grabber. I don't see any reason why I shouldn't take the pawn on d3, right? Or
yeah, I mean,
continue.
yeah, I mean, it's the absolute principled way to do it. So, you know, it's, but I guess that, you know, this was the only game in this line. So I guess that Black was a little bit surprised and decided, let's not push it. Let's just do something a bit more solid. But Ali Reza, I guess, is prepared. And he's gone straight for it with queen takes d3.
So show me a few more moves that after queen d7, how did they do in the game?
Oh, queen d7, that went, let's have a look. It went a5.
a5, okay. Do we...
And then the knight went back to c8.
Okay.
And then queen e2 happened.
Queen e2.
Yeah, and then you're just going to go king h1 and rook g1 and just play, yeah, f4, play along the well, play a bit like Ali Reza played yesterday.
Yesterday,
you know, and it looks very pleasant for white, I have to say, because Black's pieces is going to take a while before Black's organized again. You know, I mean, Praggnanandhaa had, you know, he had a knight on e6, he had his queen on the king side, he had a lot more going for him. His rooks were getting active.
Right.
Here, you know, rook a8, bishop e7, yeah, knight c8. It's all. You know, so I could imagine that this would be quite nice for white.
Yeah, this is totally refreshing because, well, in the old games of the candidates, usually, especially on the first few games, people are still warming up and then they tend to just choose like a solid, safe opening approach. But already since yesterday, even though we saw all draws in the open section, but those are fiery draws. I mean, those are just not quiet draws. So I like the potential of this game because this is going to be quite exciting. Oh, we have a move. So after queen takes d3, king g2 was played, guarding the pawn on f3, and the queen is moved back to d7, and rook d1 is already on the board. Now queen f5 looks sensible for me. I think this is the only place that the queen can actually go and have some purpose.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's certainly the first move I think that you analyze there. I think you know, moves like queen c8 or queen e8. I mean, you can make up, you can find a point to all of those. You know, queen e8, you might go king h8 and f5 and emerge later. But I think queen f5 is the most natural. And you know, the way it works really, I think, is that, you know, when you're analyzing, you look at the most natural move first and you try and make that work. And if it's decent, you know, then that's what you'll play. You know, I think. So let's have a look at queen f5 and see if we can work out what white's idea is. I mean, actually, in some ways, I'm kind of a little surprised with rook d1 because, yeah, I'm sort of thinking more about that rook would have been going to the g file and the a rook would be going to the d file, if you see what I mean. So, but rook d1 was whipped out immediately. So there must be some, yeah, there must be some idea here. I mean, maybe Jan isn't actually going for, you know, a kingside attack. He's going for some sort of central and light square bind. I mean, that's quite possible, because I mean, after queen f5, I mean, I guess we could play. Let's just have a look at some random tempo gaining moves. Then we could play a5 in this position.
Yeah, and the knight
because if knight d7, then I've got knight g3 winning a piece.
Yep. So the knight has to go back to c8.
You have to go back to c8. So why don't I just go knight g3 now anyway? and we'll see where your queen is going to go. I mean, actually, you haven't got that many moves for it, but maybe yeah, actually, you don't have that many moves.
Yeah, queen g6, I think. I think that's the only move, right?
I've got
or
I've got
f6.
bishop c2. I've got bishop c2s coming in as well.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not trapping the queen, but you're going to have to be very careful here, actually.
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
yeah, so queen g6 it looks again like the most natural move. Yeah, I mean, what can we do? I mean, we could go. I mean, rook d7
Rook
is
d7 is my first
not
instinct.
completely silly. Attacking c7, and we're going to see what happens there. Yeah, I mean, bishop c2 hitting the queen is also not stupid.
Yep.
I've got a soft spot in a way for h4, I have to say.
h4.
Yeah, because I just want to get this. I mean, if you go bishop h4, I'll go something like bishop c2 and then rook h1, and
and then hitting on
h7.
Yeah.
I've got a few threats here. It's crazy a little bit, but it's not totally stupid. I could even play bishop c2 first and then h4. That sort of idea.
Yeah, that's something better. But then after bishop c2, queen has to go to f6, or is it okay to double the pawn on e-file by playing queen e6?
I think we'll just take that and go maybe bishop b3.
Oh yeah, and the knight will have a very good outpost on the e4. Yeah,
That looks really.
This looks terrible for black. Yes, I agree. So okay, so after bishop c2, maybe just queen f6.
Queen f6. Maybe I go h4. I mean,
h4 now. Now I like this idea. Yeah, and after h6, maybe you can
h1.
Rook h1. Yeah, this is my thought too. With the idea of bishop g5. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, even knight h5 is going to be a threat, or something like that. Just
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Force exchanging. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this feels like it's really got a lot of possibilities. I mean, actually, then that you're sort of thinking, should I maybe go instead of queen f5? Should I go queen e8?
Yeah.
I can bring the knight round to d7 then.
Right. Yes, I now I like this idea with the queens. But if queen c8, then this knight, where does this go? Knight d7, yeah.
Knight d7, but maybe queen e8.
Maybe. Yeah. Now I think
because
queen e8 is.
I want to go king h8 and f5 eventually.
Yep. So if queen e8, like, king h8 with the idea of f5 hitting the knight, and then put the queen on g6, and you can have like a better center because both of pawns on e5 and e5 are controlling it. Yeah, this looks sensible to me. Yeah,
it's a bit more harmonious anyway for black. But yeah, now the question is we need to find some stuff for white. I've started with h4, so I'm sort of.
You're still leaning on h4 now, yeah.
I'm still liking h4 somehow. I need to follow up after king h8. That's the only problem. But
I'm liking king h1 actually, and then put my just transpose the rook back to g1 where it belongs, and then just try to prepare for f5. So maybe like let's say king h1, and then you go here, and then if I go here, and after you do this, can I just put my knight here? So it's like. I think you're almost forced to take it. Otherwise, I put my knight on f7, and it's gonna be murky for black.
I could throw in queen h5, I suppose.
Queen h5.
Because f3 is. I mean, that would be a draw.
What if I surprise you with bishop f7?
You want to surprise me? Yeah, I'm not sure. Queen h4, maybe. We might go rook g3 then. Actually, queen h4, rook g3. That could be quite nasty.
Or, I mean, or my initial idea is to put my knight on f7. So when your queen is moved and not hitting my pawn on f3 anymore, then I can move my bishop.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Or do something like, shall we say a repetition? If I play bishop,
Irene, you want a repetition? No.
No.
Yeah, rook g3 might be could be quite interesting somehow.
Oh, that's good. Rook h3 is there. Right.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe you're forced to play something like, I don't know, f4 or something.
f4, and then if you cannot play rook. G5, then if rook g4, f2 is there.
Yeah, rook g4, queen h6. Yeah, I
If
don't know. I feel
yeah, I have to play this.
yeah, we need a few more pieces in the in we want our rook on A1 in the game, really. That would be
Yes, yeah. This rook is
so
still sleeping, so we have to wake it up. But if only this rook can jump over G1, it would be perfect. But okay. Wow. Yeah. I
but I
mean,
think, yeah, I mean, even maybe H4 is not stupid, right?
yeah.
I'm just going
Let's.
back after Queen E8, after Rook D1, Queen E8. If I go H4 in this position, because if you go King H8, then I go Knight G5. It's the idea.
Mm,
So I'm hitting F7, and then if you take on G5, I want to take with the H pawn.
yes, and this pawn is a killing pawn, and two bishops against two knights. I mean, these knights are not doing anything at the
I've got
moment.
the H file as well.
Yes.
Could
Yeah.
be. I don't know. I mean, it's there's lots of it's maybe a bit it's maybe not quite 100% right, but yeah, there's definite ideas in here. Oh, this is a nice position for Jan. It really is a very nice position indeed.
Yeah.
Ali Ray's thinking now, which is a
Still
little bit
thinking.
worrying. I wouldn't like to I wouldn't like to be unprepared in this position, but maybe he's just piecing everything together, and trying to remember his preparation. But this is fairly scary, I have to say.
Yeah, talking about scary, I think all the preparations that every single participant has done in this event is also very scary because I still couldn't believe my eyes of the game between Fabi versus Hikaru yesterday. Like, how could you prepare something like that? It's for sure you cannot prepare for such a variation for only 10 or 15 minutes per line. You have to go deep, maybe like 40 moves ahead, and then still have to play precise chess, not to lose on the spot. And
Yeah.
it's just amazing, like how chess has evolved with the help of technology, right? And then of course you are the right person I'm speaking to about this about all of this AI and technology. What do you think? How do you see chess in the future with all this technology advancement?
Well, yeah, I mean, it works on several levels, really. I mean, I think the biggest impact of AI in terms of practical play, obviously, is on the elite players. Yeah, they're because well, first of all, they're playing each other all the time. They know each other's games well. They all know the same information, and they've all got powerful computers behind them. So, they're the ones really, really struggling to yeah, to make something of games and make something of openings. I think as you go further down, the effect of computers on practical play gets a little bit lower. I mean, if you imagine you're playing in an open, yeah, you only have a little bit of time to prepare for your opponent.
Right.
You're doing it much more on your general openings rather than some deep specific preparation. But what you are noticing is that, of course, AI has had a huge impact in increasing the general level of amateur players, and players and young players, who want to become professionals. I mean, when I was 9 or 10, there was always this enormous gap between what the IMs knew and what a
Mm,
junior knew. And basically, you had to fall into 30 or 40 traps as a junior and lose games to those titled players. And then you knew them because there was no information about them and nobody would ever tell you. Whereas now all that's taken out of the equation. There's chessable courses by Anish on
right.
the Dragon, on the Najdorf, and they're brilliant courses. I mean, it's really total elite player preparation. And I know because I checked them with my agents very thoroughly. Looking for I was kind of curious somehow, but I mean it's super high level, and that's available to every single amateur player. And of course, things like Lichess, you play a game, you play a blitz game, instant analysis, just of your game. You can see immediately where mistakes are made, the database explorer to see what you could do. So, that's had a huge effect, I think, in the general level, culture, I think, of amateur players.
Mhm.
So, I mean, and there's and also just in terms of of watching chess. I mean, the fact that you can switch the engine on and say, oh, he's better, and all that. I mean, you probably need some commentary to maybe to understand exactly why that's the case, but you can understand what's going on as well. So, I think, that's only going to expand and make the life of amateur players, I think, more and more enjoyable. Just on the other hand, the job of the elite players gets tougher and tougher.
Yes, yes.
That's basically the and somehow, of course, the normal professional, not the elite players, but the 2500 ELO, 2400 ELO, 2500 ELO, 2600 ELO, their life, they get sort of squeezed in the middle because the amateur players are getting stronger and stronger. And but yeah, I mean, the elite players playing amongst themselves, the gap between them and the middle rank is getting bigger and bigger. So that just means that the life of the average professional nowadays, because of that, is getting quite difficult, I think. So yeah, it swings and roundabouts, really. I think if you compare the elite, what happens at the elite level nowadays compared to my day, the late 1990s, this is way more exciting, and also, the top players are way more visible. You see them in blitz tournaments everywhere. You get a chance to play against Magnus and Hikaru and all these players, whereas Karpov and Kasparov, you never got a chance in my day. So but on the other hand, the life of a normal professional has become very, very difficult from that point of view. So
absolutely, very, very good point that you make there, Matthew. Yes. Well, I mean, in between, how to say, like, well, I'm not amateur, but I'm not that elite player. So that makes my position really hard, truly, because if I play some open tournament, I could tell that back in the day when I just, like, let's say 10 years ago, I was already 2300. And then when I was playing against like 1900, okay, easy peasy. But now even 1700, I have to be careful of, because they might be watching some chessable courses that I haven't watched, and then going on to some explored opening line that I haven't really seen in my life, and then I could get caught on the spot. So that was my worriness. So yeah, well, I think it has some pluses and minuses too, yeah. And I grew up in the transition period. I mean, like I was in that period where I was waiting for the Chess Informant to be published, and it was publishing only like 4 times a year, and then also
twice a year in the good old days. I
think.
Yeah,
in the good old days it was twice a year. In my day it was like 4 times a year. So also it takes time to ship from the Yugoslavian or Serbian or Bosnia to Indonesia. And back in the day also, the shipment isn't as express as it is now. So I experienced or kind of like suffered that period, but I also I was also in that period where computers, laptops were being introduced to chess, and then we had to adapt to it in order to keep up with the technology and how the chess is developed. So I still have all the respect for all the old generation who brought literally a suitcase full of chess books to prepare. I knew it for sure, because they don't really care about their how they display themselves. It's more like they're wearing their brain to the chess tournaments, especially like chess events. I'm bringing like lots of books, chess informants, opening books, bulletins. This is something that the younger generation maybe are not familiar with. Bulletins, it's pretty much like expected in every single tournament, like Dortmund or all these old tournaments. Vikensday back in the day. Wow, it was amazing. And now people, and especially the younger generation, can enjoy all these games in real time, like just 1 millisecond away from when the move was being played. It's amazing. We have to be very grateful of all this technology, right? But but I also spoke to many of my grandmaster friends, like 2600, 2500s, where because of this technology advancement, they also have trouble in getting invitations in chess tournaments, because they're in this in between skill level. So yes, pluses and minuses. We just have to get the better of everything. So yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I'm still waiting. I mean, actually, I've just seen that Ali Reza played Queen
E8. Yeah, I was about to mention that. Queen E8 is being played.
But Jan is thinking now, which again surprised me, because he played Rook D1 so quickly. I thought surely he's going to follow up quickly, but he's he's having a little think now. So I mean, Black's pieces look so awkward. What I really wanted to do was to play something like, it doesn't work at all there, by the way, but bishop h6, that's what I'd really like to do. And then if gh, then queen d2, and you're strangely struggling to defend that pawn on h6. But you can put your king out of the way, king h8 and rook g8. But I think it just shows, that sort of line. It sort of shows that, just at the moment, Black's position is really, really, very, very constricted and not very harmonious at the moment. So yeah, I mean, if Jan's got some big stuff prepared, it could be, could be very interesting.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on this one because it's going to be quite interesting to see how Jan will continue this position and how Firouzja would try to defend it. And I would really like to see the game between Praggnanandhaa versus Gukesh, and just to see how they prepared on this one. It looks like some Catalan, but let's see it from the start.
Super sharp again,
Super sharp,
no holding
yes.
back here. Yeah.
So g3 and bishop b4. Knight c3 takes on c4.
Knight c3 is nicer because in my day, bishop d2 was almost obligatory. Or
knight d2. Is knight d2 a move too?
No, that's a sacrifice as well. That's Dubov has been playing knight d2, but bishop d2, bishop e7, and then you follow up with c6 and b6, and and really bishop goes to e7. You play c6, b6, knight bd7, bishop b7, and you're solid forever. Nothing will break through, But but here they're just playing knight c3 and sacrificing the c4 pawn. It's really cool.
Yes. So dc4, bishop g2 castle, knight c6, a3, bishop e7, e4, a6, bishop e3, e5, and queen e2. Yes. So this is some sort of a sacrifice. I play this position as Black, and this is always fun to play with because I have one extra pawn. I have to defend it, but also at the same time, White is trying to prove that extra pawn means nothing. So after queen e2, what do you think White is planning in this position, Matthew?
Well, we're still very much in opening theory here. So I mean, bishop b7 is very, very natural here. I mean, then that's the main move. I mean, in principle, what would Black really love? I mean, Black would love to get that knight away from c6 and play c5. If you can liquidate this pawn, the c pawn for White's d pawn, then you're a pawn up and you've got all the advantages. That pawn on c4 gains space, gets the d3 square. But of course, in order to achieve that, it's not so easy, and your knight has to move over to a5, which is kind of away from the center, which means that the white knight can come into e5. So it's from that point of view, it's quite a tense little position. And what is White going to do? Well, White's got all sorts of ideas, either to put the rooks in the center, and play moves like d5. Or to start advancing on the king side, so
some sort of a King's Indian attack,
yeah. I mean, h4, h5, h6, or g4, g5, with preparation or as pawn sacrifices. These things are definitely possible. So it's a very, very tense position. I mean, in principle, I played a lot of sort of Queen's Gambit positions in my time. So, taking the pawn on c4 and holding it, always felt like a big achievement. So in principle, I'm always for Black in these positions. But this is long-term compensation, and not easy necessarily for Black to play. So I certainly wouldn't want to make this up as I went along with Black. I'd really like to be insured with some good preparation here.
Right. Yes, and I think this is also like the difference between like the amateur players and the elite players, because sometimes all this sacrifice, we'd like to get it back as soon as possible, right? I mean, at least for me, I'd like to, if I do some sacrifice, I'd like to, okay, let's say like within the next 3 moves or at least 5 moves, I want to get it what I've already sacrificed. But this top players, these elite players, sometimes, okay, 1 pawn, it means nothing. And then I have like lots of initiatives to compensate it with. So it's fine for me. But yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting game as well, because White will try to attack for sure, because White is already sacrificing a pawn. And then Black will try to prove that this pawn is a pawn. So extra pawn always means something. Anyway, so queen
Yeah,
e2 is still
yeah,
on the board, and
yeah.
Gukesh is
I-
still
I'm,
thinking.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I think bishop b7, rook d1, and then knight a5. Probably you just do directly what I suggested. Rook a d1 now, and then knight a5, and then you're attacking e4, and you're also threatening c5, and then white's got to see what he wants to do with that.
Mhm. And bishop
I mean,
b7
knight
is on the
e5.
board. So
Uh,
yeah, Gukesh already played bishop
oh yeah,
b7,
bishop b7. Okay, that's
and
very
now
good.
Praggnanandhaa is still thinking. Yep.
I'm sure rook d1 is going to be played. That's really natural.
Yes, I think
But
so
we're
too.
still in theory. There's still a lot of quite high quality games in this line. So I think we're going to be going past. Oh, Jan has played h4 against Firouzja.
Oh, let's get
Go
back to that
Jan, go
game.
Jan.
Oh, okay. Who needs
Ah,
engine? So for our chats, both on YouTube and Lichess, sorry, YouTube and Twitch. No, since yesterday we don't use any engines. So why do we need engine if we have Matthew here, right?
no,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, we can, I think, if we're analyzing something very, very complicated and we want to
Yes.
check something, then we'll have a look at an engine. But yeah, I do think it's quite nice to struggle, and work out what people are doing yourselves, and then only use the engine to check rather than tell you what to do, really. But h4 is, I think it's a good move. I think it's a
It is
very good move.
brilliant. Yeah, I really like actually the spirit of this move. Like you really go for it. You are not wasting any time to. You just clearly show the intention to your opponent. Hey, I play h4. I'm gonna attack your king side. So get ready for it. So no,
Yeah.
it is well done. Very well done. And
Okay. So yeah.
and also, it's a
So
prophylactic move, right? You're mentioning that f5, king h8, and f5 is black's intention. So we're kind of like making something to anticipate it. And h4 is both attacking and prophylactic move. So well done.
indeed. So let's have a look. I mean, I'm expecting probably, or maybe we should have a look at some other games because we spent quite a lot of time on these
Yep.
already. Let's have a look at a few of the women's games maybe because we haven't looked at any of those yet, and there's a
Okay,
few
so which one would you like to
intriguing little
look at?
matchups. Let's start with. Let me just go back to my overview. Um, actually, they're all quite solid. Well, there's just one intriguing game actually. Salimova against Lei.
Okay, let's see it.
It's not. It doesn't look very exciting.
Mhm.
But it's just the opening choice that's very interesting there. So
Okay, Queen's Gambit accepted.
Queen's Gambit accepted. So quite a solid choice from Lei, but
Yep.
it's one of her main openings. She's played it quite a bit. And so b3, c takes d4 from Lei, and the normal move here is knight takes d4, and then black plays bishop d6. But here Salimova has played the move queen takes d4, which is quite just
Surprising. Yeah.
psychologically quite interesting in actual fact. It's just really trying to tell Lei, okay, you lost yesterday, and now you've only got at most to draw. And that I find that quite an interesting and quite a reasonable psychological approach there. And so I mean these endings, they can be quite irritating for black to defend. I've defended a few in my day. I've actually managed to win a few of them, but yeah, if you're playing black against Kramnik or Bareev in the day, or Magnus, these are not pleasant endings to play. So yeah, I mean, what's white aiming for here? Oh, actually, I mean, what Leia's done is quite bold because playing b5, it means that white can undermine the queen side with a4 and then leave that
Yeah.
pawn on a6 a little weak. It's quite a bold. It's not necessarily bad, but yeah, I always tended to play these positions. I played b6 rather than b5, and I kept the queen side structure as far away from white as possible.
Yes, I think actually that was going to be my next question because, as far as I know, the reason why b3 is becoming popular as a defense for white in this position is to provoke black to push the pawns because a6 was the indication that you're preparing for b5, and after the bishop is being nestled on e2, a4 is always the idea that you you want to come up with. It's just a matter of time when white will be able to play it at the right time. So I would agree with you. This is quite a bold decision to play b5 and then not to worry about the a4 idea. Yeah, b6
Yeah.
would have been my choice as well. So bishop b2, knight bd7, knight d2, and bishop b4. Yep.
Yeah. So black's just trying to disrupt white a little bit. So I'm guessing, yeah, bishop b4. I mean, rook d1 looks very natural there. I guess what Lei is doing is she's getting that bishop on b4 ready, so that after a4 you can take and then play a5. You know, just to cement a piece on the queen side there. And maybe you can play, you know, something like knight d5, for example, into c3. That might be an idea.
Yeah, this
So
looks like, and the king just go to e7, yeah, or castle, I think.
maybe
King e7 looks more
I
nicer.
always prefer putting the king on e7 is riskier because
Risky.
you do tend to get problems on that a3
Yeah,
f8 diagonal
that's
if
true.
the bishop ever leaves. But I mean, this is the kind of thing that you know, if you prepared it well with black, you know that you've got it concretely worked out, then it's good. But if you don't, then you could get into all sorts of difficulties here. So that's going to be quite interesting as well. But in principle, it's not a bad choice from Salimova in the early rounds. Just see whether she can pick up, you know, an easy point in a way just by depressing the opponent. You know, that's and not at all stupid. And you know, worst case scenario, you just make a draw and then you've got another draw on the board. You know, I mean, that's which you know you want to get yourself into the tournament. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that one pans out. I think we're going to learn a lot about Lei's form in this game, whether she's you know, whether she's feeling good or whether you know that first game was an indication that she's a bit out of form.
Right. And as we speak,
Ooh.
Salimova played bishop f3.
Okay, that's not a bad move either. Just going to exchange off the light square bishops and get the c6 square as well. That's quite sensible as well.
I think also there's there's a tournament strategy for Salimova, especially being the lowest seeded of the tournament, and you know, you just have to aim for a draw, because sometimes your opponent will overpush, and then this is your chance to actually get a victory. Because as a lowest seeded, there's not much expectation out of you, right? You can just play some solid openings, and a player like Lei Tingjie, yesterday she lost, and maybe today she's hungry for a victory, and she might overpush something in the end game where objectively it is just that equal. So yeah, I like actually the strategy. And speaking of drawing, Matthew, do you know that in this candidate, both in the open and women's section, every half a point worth something?
Oh,
yes. In addition to the prize money for the top three, if I'm not mistaken, every single participant here, if they make half a point, they will be awarded with some money. In the women's section, it's 1,750 euros. Exactly.
wow.
And in the open section is 3,500 euros, just every half a point. So imagine if you have just 1 point, you in the open section, 7,000.
You just relax
Easy.
and go on holiday, don't you? I mean,
Exactly. And then, okay, we're going to do some math quiz here for our chat. So if you are winning every single game in this tournament, how much money will you get in the end? And I will get back to the chat after some minutes just to check on it, because there's some trick in calculating those money for the winner. Okay.
by the way, I think we have to have a look at Nakamura Vidit, because
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Something quite extraordinary has happened there.
We haven't seen this game before. Oh, bishop
No.
h3 was on the board. Okay, let's see it from the start. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop
What is
b5.
that?
Another Berlin. But okay, the same bishop c5, but now c3. So compared to Caruana's, no, not Caruana, Ian Alireza, it was a different system. Castle, d6, h3, knight e7, d4, c6, bishop d3. Yeah, this is logical still. Bishop b6,
Bishop b6.
d
So yeah,
e5.
so black sacrificed a pawn here.
The e5, knight e5, and bishop.
And Naka took it, and now bishop takes h3.
So let's figure this out. So let's say white takes it. Yeah, we just to show it to our viewers. So I think the move is queen c7.
It's going to be it's no, it's going to be Queen B8, I think.
Oh, Queen B8. Ah, so that you put the bishop on C7 if there is bishop
Yeah, yeah. What
F4.
an idea! Yeah, Bishop F4. We've got Bishop C7.
Yes.
That's the idea.
Wow,
And
that's
and of course the big idea is that if the knight moves, you can't play F4 because you're pinned, and if the knight moves, we've got Queen G3 check.
yes. And after this, is there any win in this position, or is it just
Now that's a very interesting question. I mean,
like
Bishop,
okay,
I mean,
let's say
Bishop
take
takes
this
F.
one first, or actually taking this one?
Yeah, knight
No,
H2. We've probably got Rook D8 then. Actually,
no, knight h2 maybe you go. Oh no, sorry, I cannot play knight
no,
g4.
Rook D8,
Rook d8,
Rook
yeah,
D8
rook
is
d8, and
really
this is
strong.
better for black, I would
I mean,
say.
F3, we go knight H5. Yeah,
Yes,
it's probably just
yes,
winning. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
or Bishop C.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, everything is just winning this.
Okay, so
Wow,
this is already fire on the board right now.
wow, wow, wow. Bishop
Hikaru does that
E2.
all the time too. Like I really like how he played yesterday against Fabi. Rook takes f2, sacrificing the rook, and now bishop takes h3, sacrificing the bishop. But of course, I think this is still within his preparation.
I'm not sure. I'm seeing 1 minute, 1 hour, 14 minutes for Naka and 1:52 for Vidit. So I think he might have just missed this.
Good observation. Yeah, actually, good observation. Yes, that's true.
He might have missed it. I
So
don't know how serious it is. I don't know how serious it is, but on the other hand, yeah, I don't know that's you're lacking a pawn. You're definitely lacking a pawn there. So, yeah, I mean, he's played knight c4. He hasn't taken it, and now
so
Vidit's got a
he spent only 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes to play knight c4.
Yeah, but I think that's Naka just sort of trying to show that he wasn't he didn't miss it. I think but I don't think he would. I can't believe he would have allowed this. Really, I mean, it's conceivable there that White might have some advantages in return. There, you get the you're basically trading your H pawn for the E pawn, but it just looks a bit uncomfortable and yeah, it's a bit odd to allow something that spectacular, really. But okay, I mean, we can. I think the clock times show that he didn't really spot this. I think, but if the clock times are accurate, we're never quite sure whether that's true or not. But yeah, I mean, Bishop G4 is the most natural move for black because I don't think you can really keep your bishop there at all. And I don't think any sacrifices are going to work. So White can't play F3. So I guess you either go, well, Queen C2 would be the
Yeah.
go-to move, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, a pawn is a pawn, and it looks like black is
Well,
just
no,
enjoying the extra pawn now.
No, it's equal pawns there because you've taken on E5.
Oh, that's true. Sorry. But I think that pawn worth really a lot because then look at the bishop going to c7, and I think all the pieces are just aiming toward the king side and then starting the attack. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like black, but I'm not. I don't know whether black's better actually. I'm not sure because those central pawns are quite good, and you're going to chase away that bishop away from b6, and then you'll maybe play f3, attack the bishop. But yeah, I mean the black knights are coming to g6 and h5 after. I mean, I think this must be good for black. Bishop g4, queen c2, bishop c7, and then we carry on with knight g6. Bring the rooks, bring the rooks to the queen to e7 or something, or knight h5 even with queen h4 to follow. It must be good.
Must be
h5,
good for
h4,
black,
h3. We'll do it all.
Yeah.
We'll do it all. This must be very nice for black.
Yeah, surprisingly, Vidit is not Magnus's favorite to win the candidate. So I don't know if you saw there. So Magnus create a few tiers of who is going to win the candidate and who is going to perform well and so on and so on. So on the bottom of that tier list, he listed Vidit and Gukesh will not do well in the candidates. The rest they have okay, but this is still too early to judge, right? Because we're on round number 2. People are still warming up and they still haven't shown so much progress on the performance.
Yeah. I mean, I think Vidit's a very interesting player because what I do feel is that the way that he qualified from the Isle of Man, he started the Isle of Man badly and then put together this huge run, and that is kind of the quality that you're going to need to win the candidates. I think you need people who can recover from shocks and then put together a big powerful run. And the fact that he qualified like that, that. Stops me from discounting him at all. I mean, he's certainly not an obvious favorite. but he's got that real character going for him, and I think he's well prepared. He has a lot of interesting ideas.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't, I'm not discounting him at all, actually, and I think he's also, he's a little bit older than the other Indian
Yes,
players, just a little bit more experience
experience.
like
That's
that.
true.
It might tell as well. I think he's definitely shouldn't be discounted. He could surprise us all. It's I mean, that's why actually, I tend to think that I'd be surprised if Jan really made it this time, because he's tended to the candidates that he's won have been very smooth performances,
Mm-hmm.
where he's just gone through undefeated, or only lost games at non-essential moments. And but I can't imagine this happening here, because there's so many young guys in here, like Ali Reza and Gukesh and Prag. They're just going to create chaos all over the place. You're not going to be able to get through unscathed. So it's that fighting spirit for coming back that's going to be important. And yeah, I think that if Jan is a fantastic player, such a brilliant player when he's in his flow. But if there's one thing that he's much more vulnerable on, it's when things go wrong for him and he has to recover. So I don't think that this candidate is naturally one for him. Doesn't mean that he can't win it, but just it'll
Not
be
yet,
something.
yeah.
It'll be an extraordinary. It will be. You have to show some reserves of character. That maybe not completely natural to him. I think. In order to win it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I'm looking more for players like Fabi or Naka, who are the sort of the grizzled fighters who always come back, never lie down. Those are the sort of guys I'm thinking would be more likely to win this candidate, because it's just going to be a bloodbath, I think, towards the end.
Right. Well, it's still a long road to end the candidate because we're on round number 2. Also, we have to take into account their energies. I think we can see it right now, like in the candidates, the participants are just getting younger and younger. So, and they are I would say like a better chess player compared to the old days when, you drink, you smoke, yeah, and you sleep late. But all these players right now, especially the youngsters, they have like a very good daily routine. They watch their food intake, their drink intake, and I would say none of them are smokers. And then
Yeah.
even some of the players, they also work with the nutritionists. They work with some physio. They do everything to make themselves at best in this tournament. So not only
Yeah.
chess wise, but also health wise and physical wise. So
Yeah.
it's good to see how chess also evolve in that area, because it's not all about the best move, the best variation, the novelties, or anything, but the approach, the human approach that you can show to the younger generations. Like, hey, if you want to be us, copy our lifestyle, or something like
Yeah.
that, which is something that cannot be said back in the day for the 70s,
Yeah.
80s, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, I was talking to Rustam Kasimdzhanov,
Mm.
who's obviously former world champion, and also
The ex
second.
second of Fabiano too.
Yeah, exactly. And we were just chatting. It's almost quite a few years ago, maybe 6-7 years ago. But he said to you, Matthew, when we were young, we thought we were so professional, but we were such amateurs. It's just yeah. I mean, you think at the time that you're doing everything as well as you can, but actually, move a couple of generations on, and you just see how many things you did wrong, how many things you didn't pay attention to that you should have done. I mean, I was eating lots of desserts and cakes. That was the way that I got energy. Sugar. That was it. So.
But sugar is still forgivable, Matthew. It's okay. Have your dessert without any guilt. Okay.
Oh, I'm just seeing that Praggnanandhaa's gone for a double pawn sacrifice
Oh,
against
wow.
against.
Okay, let's take a look at that
Okay.
one. So we left it on move here. So rook ad1 and knight a5 happened as predicted, and then d5. This is still according to our analysis, but we stopped there. And then Gukesh continued with e takes d5 and e5 double pawn sacrifice, like you said. But this looks spicy. Really, really nice for us to commentate on this one.
It's spicy, but it's supposed to be good for black. This
Mm.
this is still well-known theory. Yeah? I've got 3 over the board games, 2 correspondence games, and yeah, the results are pretty yeah, results are quite good for quite decent for black actually.
I
So
see.
very interesting. Yeah, 98. Has 98 been played? Yeah, this is the theoretical move actually. 98. Just supposed to be good. So this is really interesting. I'm wondering, you know, has has Praggnanandhaa prepared something special, or has he misremembered his theory? You know, because yeah, this is not supposed to be. Oh, E6
A6
played. Yeah,
played quite instantly.
this
I
is
mean, just look at the time situation right now, 1 hour and 51 minutes. So in the open section, I will have to remind the chat again that they have 120 minutes for 40 moves. So basically until move 15 right now, Praggnanandhaa only spent 9 minutes. It's amazing. So I'm sure this is still within his preparation.
Yeah, I mean, I would think as well that that this is also within Gukesh's preparation,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm guessing really that that it's not really in his head at all. That he's maybe been surprised, and that he's yeah, you know, that he's just trying to piece it all together. I mean, it's not really obvious somehow what. I mean, there's two moves played in this position, and one is supposed to be the best here, which is C6.
C6. C6
Just
is the best for this position. I
yeah,
see.
just trying to win a prize for Christmas tree pawn structure, preparing F takes C6,
Oh yeah, oh
and
my gosh, look at this.
wouldn't that be beautiful?
Let me just put it on the board. Okay, like, let me play some move like I don't know, like H4 for example, and then look at this formation, yeah? Having all the pawns like this.
Wouldn't that be
Oh.
beautiful? That would be really cool. But
Okay.
C6 is the key move. But you know, I mean, White's probably going to take on F7. I'm guessing. Let me have a look. What take on F7 and play knight E5 or something. You know,
95, yeah.
and you've got ideas like knight E4 coming in. You know,
Mm.
and I mean, look at that light squared bishop on B7, completely blocked in. That
Yep.
knight's offside on
Yep.
A5. Rook A8 isn't taking any. You know, I mean, this could be one of those sort of lines where you say, well, maybe it's not objectively, you know, winning for White, certainly not, or you know, even necessarily that great for White, but the practical challenges are huge, you know, and working this out of the board is going to be tricky. So very interesting. But yeah, C6 is the key idea there, and
And again,
I'm just
without knowing any games or any knowledge about this position, this C6 is just again breaking the principle too, right? Like you want your bishop to get moving on b7, you want your knight to participate in the center, and c6 is like the key square to do all of those, but and yet you just play c6 yourself and blocking every single thing that you want to get moving. So yes, this is like modern chess, complicated, and you have to actually analyze and have a prior knowledge about this position. So we will see if Gukesh will come up with this c6, because it looks to me, I mean, for the first timer, like seeing this position, it looks weird. But of course, if we dig deeper into it, it has many good reasons why c6 is a good move.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know what black is when black plays c6. You know, obviously you're cementing your two pawn advantage there,
Mm-hmm.
and you're giving yourself this incredible central wedge. So what that means is that you've got the possibility to give back material at a later time. So you can imagine just giving up the exchange later, just to break the white attacking flow, and then you've got that massive center that's going to, come through in the end in an endgame. So, that's the thing. But of course, first of all, you've got to survive it. So it's, but I mean, just this is round 2 of the candidates, and yeah, Praggnanandhaa's already sacking 2 pawns in a, apparently supposedly dubious line, against one of his main rivals, right? I mean, it's incredible. Yeah, I mean. On board 2, we've got Vidit playing this bishop h3 idea. Got
Yes.
Jan sacking a pawn and playing h4s. I mean, it's incredible. Simply, it's really great stuff.
Yes, I would like to go to one of the open boards, but also let's take a look at the boards that we haven't seen in the women's section. Let's go to the board of here, Goryachkina versus Muzychuk, and we see like some sort of endgame already. But let's take a look the game from the start. D4 D5 C4 C6. Slav exchange, bishop
Yeah,
f4,
this is
knight
very
c6,
solid.
e3, knight f6, knight c3, bishop f5. Okay, so just a quick observation there. Goryachkina was playing against Katrin Lahno yesterday, and she started it with e4. And now she came back to her natural habitat with d4 and see how it goes. Knight f3, e6, knight e5. Takes still within theory. Knight d7,
D takes
e4.
c5. That's quite. D takes c5 is quite unusual, I think.
Is
But
it?
I think so. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, knight e5 is not the main move, right? I mean, queen b3 or bishop b5 are quite normal. I think knight e5 is quite an old move. But I thought you always took with a bishop on e5, to be honest. D takes c5 is quite. But I think Goryachkina's got some specific,
Preparation, yeah?
slightly irritating idea. I think that's the point. But
Yes.
I mean, how quickly has Goryachkina played? Fairly quickly. So yeah, I guess this is within her preparation here.
So d5, knight d7, e4 takes, bishop b5, a6. Bishop takes, and it simplified a lot. And now knight a4, aiming for knight b6, and okay. I think the first move comes to mind is just to give a check first on bishop b4, and then put maybe after bishop d2. Okay, bishop d2 looks like not really natural. Like after bishop b4, and then move the king elsewhere. Yeah, not to be in the center like
Yeah.
this.
I've got to say, I'm really underwhelmed by by White's play. I don't know. I mean, this should, yeah.
So you
I mean,
think?
the only
Uh-huh.
I mean, the only thing, you know, you might have a few little irritating tricks with, you know, knight b6 happening or whatever, but I mean, it's hard to believe, right? I mean, the king's going to have a place on e7 soon.
Yes.
I mean, black's a pawn up as well. Okay, you know, it's a double pawn and it's slightly restricting the bishop on f5, but still, you know, I mean, yeah, this is, yeah, I don't know. I don't really. I mean, I can't imagine that you can ever play this for an advantage with White somehow.
It doesn't show on our screen right now, but Anna has 42 minutes left. Well, Goryachkina just simply spent 7 minutes on her clock until the current position. I mean, until knight a4. So it might have taken Anna by surprise to see this variation, but still within Alexandra's preparation. So yeah, Anna is still thinking.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to really take. It's tough to really think what might have attracted White to this position somehow. I mean, yeah, I mean, just bishop b4 check. What are we doing here?
King e2, but king e2, yeah, king e2 might be a good move here.
Yeah, I'll play king e7 simply.
King e7.
I mean, you know, I'll play rook d8, have bishop g4 checks as well, you know, some stage.
Let's go a3,
Bishop a5.
bishop a5, and yeah, I want to save this square for my king in case you give a check on g4. But what are the other waiting moves here? Because then black will also put the rook to the center, maybe. And it's just a matter of when black will use this bishop for the position. It looks good for white, but still, yeah, it's still not certain.
I don't see anything.
I don't see anything too.
I'm really, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't think that this would attract anyone with White somehow. But yeah, it's I find it a strange choice really, because there's many ways to play the you know, the exchange Slav for a nice advantage somehow. You know, many of which are much more promising and testing than this one. So yeah, it's a little bit strange somehow, I think. But I mean, I may be underestimating it completely. Yeah, I do tend to get quite gung ho with black when people don't play critical stuff against me. But you know, still, I'm a little bit surprised, you know, about this. I can't imagine that this is anything at all for White.
Yeah, but still, black has to be careful because, well, there's some psychology in chess as well. When you see that your opponent just blitz out all the moves and just showing that, okay, this is still my preparation. What are you going to do about it? You have to be really careful. And then this takes time. And therefore, Anna is taking more time to figure out what to do next. And do we have a move Anna didn't play bishop b4,
do.
but she played rook b8. This is
Yeah,
shocking.
interesting too. Yeah, this is ambitious, eh? This is definitely ambitious. I mean, I think the idea is to meet castle's queenside with king c6. I think that's the idea.
I was just trying to figure out what doesn't she like with bishop b4. Maybe it is bishop d2. Just try to simplify this and then annihilate the pair of bishop. And then I think you have to take because knight b6 is coming.
Yeah, but
so you
yeah, but
take,
I just take and go
and
rook
this
h8.
yes,
rook
and this knight
h8.
might be a bit more superior than this bishop in the endgame. So maybe this is something that
But you're a pawn down. You're a pawn down.
yeah, but still this bishop cannot move anywhere, right? Unless you put e3 or something over it. Like I can just put my king on e3 and then
Yeah, but
I don't know.
I'm going to play rook h8 and
Yeah,
go
rook
king
h8.
e7 and rook d5.
Oh, rook
I mean,
ad8. You have to
H.
Yeah, good discovery actually, because knight b6 cannot be played. Let me show it to
Okay,
the
so
chat.
I go king e7.
Yes. So I'm just showing it to the chat. So if there's a check, black will just play king c7. It's a discovery to the king, and then next move, black will just take the knight. So in this position, king e3 is okay, I guess. But you're going to put it on d3 too. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, if I play
I
king,
think you're too slow. Simply, I think I mean,
yeah,
I go bishop g4. I can go bishop g4 there. By the way, to go
yeah,
rook
yeah,
h8.
that's true. Yeah, after rook here, there's bishop g4 too. Yeah, this is
Could be a bit irritating.
right. Could be quite annoying actually.
I think you've got lots of concrete problems with that. You're too slow. Simply, if you had a couple of extra tempi, I'd say, yeah, okay, this is. But this looks really.
If king e3, then king e7, just simply like that, yeah? And then you're threatening rook d3.
Yeah, and I'm going to go f6, simply. I
Right.
just liquidate that pawn, and I
Right.
just have an extra pawn. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I'm missing stuff and getting too excited and all that, but still, yeah, this doesn't look like this really doesn't look like anything at all. But rook b8 is very interesting. Yeah, it's very ambitious. You're really trying to exploit that knight on a4. So I don't know whether, yeah, we'll see whether it works or not. But it's definitely very ambitious.
Yes. Okay, that's very good because I'd like to see more blood, especially the women's section. Now let's see a game between the two experienced players, Caruana versus Conor Humpy. And let's see it from the start. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and we see a good old Spanish. Bishop e7, rook e1, b5, and bishop b7. Yeah, this is nice. This is becoming popular these days because it offers like quite an aggressive approach from black's game. So d3, I think in some of the position it was like c3, d4, or even d4 immediately followed by e5. But Lahno decided to play d3, castle, a4, rook e8, ab. Then now it looks like it's transposed to the close through Lopez, right? But black is saving a tempo with the d pawn, so she can move d5 in one tempo. So rook a8, bishop a8, knight a3, bishop takes, b takes, and now here comes the move, d5.
Yeah, this looks very sensible for black, actually. I mean, if you're looking at sort of the tempi that black has spent and all that, it feels quite good, right? Because you've just played everything quickly, all your moves in one go, and
Yes.
d5 in one go as well. So I mean, the one thing is, it's always the weird thing about the Lopez position. Somehow, that e5 pawn is always a little bit vulnerable, and you always get hit by things. But if you can survive that, then black's going to be doing quite nicely, I think.
Yeah, and also usually the good thing about d5 right now is bishop g5 is not really possible because you just simply take on this, and black will enjoy a better endgame, I think, because of this pawn. If you simply exchange this dark square bishop with any of black's pieces, then this is gonna be quite terrible in the end. So d5, I think, is a very well-timed advancement of the pawn to the center. What to do here as white?
Yeah.
it's a little bit hard to decide what to do, yeah, because white has a pair of bishops, that's for sure. But how to continue?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that might work, but yeah, you're going to need some calculation. I mean, e takes d5 to start with. To meet knight takes d5 with knight g5 is definitely something that you need to look at, because queen h5 is a bit of a threat, really.
Yep.
Or queen f3, for example. So there's a couple of those ideas. So you've got to try and got to be sure that you can get away with that. I mean, I don't know. You might be able to meet e takes d5 with something like, I don't know, knight a5 or
Knight
knight d4.
a5, but e5 is hanging too.
e5 is hanging too, yeah. But maybe it wouldn't matter so much. You often do give up the pawns like that. You play knight takes c5, you take on b3, and then go queen takes d5 or something, and just claim that you've got
Right.
no problems.
But also alternatively, there is c4 here. I mean, if you really want to hang on to your extra pawn like that, right?
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I was thinking of that we might have e4, but it's probably not. You'd probably just take on e4 and you just support yourself in that way. So yeah, that's a good c4 is maybe it looks like a good idea indeed.
I mean, on top of the calculation of taking on e5, because that needs to be calculated for sure. Yeah, so I think
let's have a look at knight d5, knight g5, and see whether we
yes.
could see whether we can find something good there.
Mhm.
I mean, queen h5 is a really big threat. I mean, I think we really have to do something about that. But what do I do about that? I mean, if I go h6, then well, I've got to calculate knight takes f7 to start with.
Oh, this is the classic sacrifice in the four knights. Oh no, three knights in the opening. Yeah. So this is always a thematic sacrifice. Yeah. Let me show it to our viewers. Actually, this type of sacrifice. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, and then knight g5. d5 takes, and the main line goes with knight f5. But if you take on this pawn, then there goes this very old line. I don't know when this was played for the first time, actually, and then all sort of things like this, pinning the pinned knight on d5, and then you're just trying to pressure it. So let's come back to our analysis after d5, and then e d5, knight d5, knight g5, h6, and then knight takes f7, whether this is possible too in this position. That king, let's say king takes, queen check here. If king goes elsewhere, you can take this, yeah?
Yeah, so
but
you have to go to e6.
e6, let's be brave and then put our king in the center of the board. King e6.
Yeah.
Yeah, how to exploit the fact that the king is on e6 right now? Because again, black has extra material to keep the king kind of safe, but it looks also a bit vulnerable. So
yeah, I mean, the problem is that the king's going to have a space on. If you start checking the king, then d6 is kind of is kind of a reasonable square there, really. So I mean, instead of queen f3 check, you could go queen h5.
queen h5, okay. Because the rook on e8 is also hanging. Yeah.
So if you go back to g8, then I've got bishop takes d5 check, and the rook on e8 is
and if
hanging.
king goes here,
yeah, I might have bishop h6 if I'm
bishop h6. Wow.
on a good day, but I don't know whether it's a good day though. I mean, I've got rook e4s coming in, and stuff. It's as long as it's somebody else's pieces, then I'm happy to do this. It's I'm not sure, but this is quite. This is tricky. Certainly in a blitz game, it would be quite nice, but I don't know whether it's enough for a classical game. But it is quite dangerous.
It is dangerous.
I mean, knight d4. I'd maybe even have something like rook e4.
Rook e4, yeah.
Even and or even rook e5 actually. But I just want to go bishop g7 check and then rook g4 check, and get some sort of play like this.
Amazing, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this could be quite risky. And of course, instead of knight takes f7, I've also got queen f3 immediately, which might just be winning a pawn anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because after I think after queen f3, if I just go so instead of
This position
knight
here, queen
f7,
f3.
no, instead of knight f7.
Oh, instead of knight f7. Okay, instead of taking.
I can just go queen f3 here, hitting
Right.
d5 and f7. So you go hg, and then I go bishop takes d5,
But then
and
there's
I'm threatening queen f7. So
mm-hmm. That's
I mean, you
true.
have to play queen d7
Or queen f6.
queen f6, but I've got bishop g5 then.
Oh, nice tactic. Right. I'll just show it on the board. So if queen f6, there is bishop g5. You cannot take this because this one is hanging and then this one is hanging. Okay, well done. So, but if
But you can go queen d7 is the one.
queen d7 too, yeah?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
to defend f7, and then I'm sort of wondering what we can do. I mean, maybe the best move is to play queen e4 in this position, because I've got to watch out for knight d4 and this
Right.
discovered attack. If I go queen e4, then I'm sort of anticipating. I'm threatening bishop g5.
Yep. This is still
And you
hanging.
can't move your knight because I've got bishop takes a8.
Right. Yes.
So, but you couldn't. Yeah, maybe you couldn't play knight d4, bishop a8, c6. But yeah, you'll be losing some stuff
Or
somehow.
maybe
So,
some tricky stuff like king f8, whether I don't know whether it is possible. It's
but I'll
just
go.
I want to prepare f5.
Yeah, but I mean, I could always go bishop g5, and then if you go f5, then I go a bishop takes c6, for example. There, I could always.
Okay. You take this one
I mean, I
first.
don't know whether that's at the very least.
At the
That's
very
but
least, yeah.
I've maybe got some other options as well, because you'd have to take back with the bishop there, because
Because
queen
this one
takes
is hanging, yeah?
f5. So
Yeah.
yeah, then I go, I don't know, queen h4 or something, or
Queen
queen d4.
h4, yes, queen
I'm a little
h4.
bit better.
King
I'm certainly a
g8,
little bit
yes,
better.
yeah.
I'm a pawn up, but maybe I've got something, something better than that. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
could, after king f8, maybe c4 is the best move, simply.
King
Just
f8, c4.
solidify that bishop,
Okay.
and I'm threatening queen h7, so
Yeah,
it's
just
going to be
cementing
quite.
the bishop on the center like this. Yes. Oh, this has been really interesting. Yeah, and I think this is our cue, Matthew, to get our first break. Yeah, before we
Oh, lovely.
continue. Yeah, time
Fresh
goes
coffee.
so fast, right? Time goes so fast, and I really like your passion of chess. Like it really shows in every move that you suggest. So, okay, guys, we will be back very soon after a small break. So, yeah, just don't go anywhere. Matthew and I will be back in a few minutes. Hello, welcome back everyone into the second round of the candidates, both open and women's section being played at the same time at the same location. This is first time in history. And speaking of history, Matthew, this is also the first time that the Indians have their representative apart from Anand. We have 3 Indians in the open section and then 2 in the women's section. How amazing is that for Indian chess?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's really, I mean, it's amazing how much Indian chess has progressed. When I was young and you started off with a grandmaster like Barua. Was very
The
strong.
Biendu, right?
Yeah, that's right, that's
Yeah.
right. But somehow on his own, and then Vichy came along, and but he was kind of on his own for a while. But then now you look at the number of grandmasters, just absolutely incredible, and young ones as well. Yeah, it's
Yes.
just incredible.
Yeah, and then just gonna get better and better. Okay, without further ado, let's come back to the games. Let's see which game do you want to see, Matthew?
Well, actually, so much has been happening since we've been on break. Let's have a look at Jan against Ali Reza, because this is looking quite exciting.
Okay, 1 second. If I can get my Lichess up. 1 second. Okay. This is... So which game again that you want to see?
Jan against Ali Reza.
Okay. Okay, there you go. And we saw it up to the move of h4. And in this position, Ian decided to play knight c8, h5, king h8, and h6. Whoa, this is exactly what you predicted. Like the move h4 goes to h5, goes to h6, just amazing. And g5,
Absolutely.
g5 is on the board.
Is,
wow.
Pretty incredible move as well. I mean, Ali Reza's knight c8 was quite interesting because it means that if White's knight goes to g5 to attack f7, then the knight can come to d6 to protect f7. That was kind of the idea. But yeah, h6 I was expecting from Jan, but g5, yeah, I hadn't really expected from Ali Reza. So this is really, I mean, Ali Reza, so far he's playing the absolute. The craziest games in the tournament so far. Really impressive. Somehow, there are players like that just, you get the feeling they always manage to provoke their opponents. Even if their opponents have some idea of, I'm just going to play calmly and stay in control. Facing Ali Reza, you just end up, going for it somehow. So, yeah, I mean, this is really, really, really interesting. The one thing that I feel about this position is that, Black is going to have to play f5, I think. I mean, if you play f6, then the light squares, White gets a knight onto f5 or gets some control of the light square. So then I'm sort of looking always at the e5 pawn. I sort of feel that this guy, especially with the pawn on h6, that guy's the one that I want to kind of target. And I'm wondering about playing something like queen b2. I just wonder,
Queen d2.
in order b2.
Oh, sorry, b2.
Just in order to be able to play b5, and then chase that knight away from c6, and then play c4 and attack the pawn on e5.
I see.
I'm not sure whether it's not. I don't know whether it's really doing it for me, but I want to destabilize the black position. And the only way I can really think about doing that is to get him b5 and chase away that knight from c6. I mean, another idea might be to play bishop d5, maybe.
Yeah.
And somehow aim to get something similar.
Yeah, I just want to show it to our viewers here that after bishop d5, I think this is such a good move too, because, well, f5 still cannot be played because this square is untouchable due to kind of like the reverse battery between the queen and the bishop. Now I think you can take this, right? Can you? Oh, there's queen g6.
Well, I've got queen d2. I don't know. It looks a little bit risky for White, although you might be able to get away with it. Knight d. You've got queen d2 then.
And f4.
F4 looks rather nasty. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
going to be rather terminal. So yeah, you can't
You
actually
can't
take
touch
on
the
G5
G5
there.
pawn yet.
But
Okay.
I could maybe just go back to G3, for example, and
Okay.
just attack that F5 pawn, or even come into, yeah, no, G3 I think would be best. But then yeah, Queen G6 from black there. You know, it's you're getting a knight D6 afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so, maybe getting in G4 as well for some sort of counterplay. Not
Yeah.
100% sure. I think maybe we should be trying to do something more punchy with white. So I mean, let's have a look at this Queen B2 idea. I'm just kind of intrigued.
Okay. So if I move this up like F5.
You're going to go F5 anyway, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then I'll just go knight G3 again.
Knight
That's the
G3.
idea.
Okay. All right. Queen
And if
G6. I like this
Queen
move.
E6, yeah. And then let's try B5 now.
B5. Okay. Yeah, you want to hit my E5 pawn, but let's try to hit this bishop by playing that A5.
Knight A5. Okay. But you've got your knight on A5 now.
Yeah. At least I got a tempo right now that you cannot play C4 right away because I'll just take the bishop. But
I'm wondering about Rook D7, maybe.
oh, Rook D7. Okay.
Your pieces have kind of moved away from everywhere.
That's true. That's true. Let me grab this bishop first because this is a good bishop.
Right. We'll grab it back.
Okay. And now, can I try to harass your knight on G3? Like F4, knight E4, G4? Because your king is kind of alone there. So I don't know whether it's good, but let's try it first. This is our privilege as commentators. We can try every single variation. So G5, knight E4, right? I don't see... Or do you have any other suggestion?
I think so.
Yeah, and then G4.
Yeah, this is looking. We've got this wrong with white. Yeah, this is not looking right.
Okay, so yeah, we have to find some. I think a more precise move then.
Yeah, Queen B2 is not punchy enough. How are we gonna do this?
Takes.
I mean, if I go knight G3 straight away, how about that?
Hang on. What if we try to prepare attacking on G5 by playing Rook G1 now?
Rook G1, that's very subtle.
So after F5, we can just take on G5 later, and then whenever there is a pin, I put my king on F1.
That is quite a move.
And I would say the rook belongs to the G file anyway. And then, ooh, I like this idea. The king march to E2. It looks like you're going to the center, but I think it's a safe square for the king.
Yeah, I'm wondering about... So let's just give it a go. So if I go F5 anyway.
F5, okay, let's do that. Knight G5.
And then I'll take it off. Probably
okay.
Need to, I think.
Takes.
I'll go Queen H5.
Queen H5. I can give this up, I think. Or I can give, this is what I like. I'll play F4 first, so I'll open the diagonal because it creates more trouble on your side. Maybe there's some check with Queen B2, just borrowing your idea. And maybe...
I'll go... Ooh, wait a minute. I'll go knight D6, I think.
Okay, so after F4 you play knight D6, yeah? And I think
I just want to get in knight E4. I've got some Queen G4 check ideas as
well. But
at
least I have Bishop D1 now. Kicking away the queen, and I like White's position. Like, I think it is very, very safe.
That's good. Okay, so that's Bishop D1's a nice move, I think. But if I go well, Queen G6. But if I go Queen G4 check instead of knight D6, let me just try that
Queen
one.
G4. So I have to move my king, I think F1, otherwise it's there's no improvement, like just repetition. Okay, King F1 is a must.
I'll give a little check on H3.
H3. I'm so tempted to play Rook G2, but Rook G2 you can just play Queen H1 again, right?
Yeah,
so
I always have,
right, so I have to play King E3. e2, king e1. I don't know if there's any difference. I mean,
King e1, I'll take on c3 with check.
oh,
maybe.
right. Sorry. Okay. So king e2 is almost like a force move.
And now I'll go knight d6 to avoid mate.
Okay. 96. All right. Oh, you want to see my move, Matthew?
I know what you're going to play.
Bishop f7.
Yep, I knew it. I knew it. I
That's
think
it.
I play knight. I think I play knight e4 now.
Oh, that's nice too. Knight e4.
But okay, you maybe go queen e6 or something. How about that?
Queen e6. Yeah, just trying to get pressure on the f6 square and give a mate
Right,
there.
now the question is, I think we're going to disappoint you here and probably have a draw by perpetual somehow, but maybe not actually. No, knight c3. We've got
King e1. Yeah, king e1, and there is no more check there.
E1.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, and then now f6 is
very good.
ours.
Oh, let's. Oh, wait a minute. This looks lovely.
I know, right?
Yeah, this is just working. So, but do we have anything else apart from knight takes c3? Maybe not.
You don't have any other check. Okay, you have like knight d4, but it doesn't help.
It doesn't help. No. No, I don't really see anything. Nothing's really going to work, is it? Wow!
Wow, we found like a very good line here. Oh my gosh.
This is really nice, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, this bishop f7, I really like it too. Yeah, thanks for allowing me playing that on the board.
No, but yeah, actually, this is really. I mean, I suppose that maybe what I could do instead of knight d6, then I could maybe go queen h5 check.
Okay, so hang on. So after f4, yeah?
I'll keep on going. I'll keep on going. But instead of going knight d6 at the end, so queen g4 check.
Okay, but we also we tried both knight d6 and queen g4. In this position, you want to play queen g4?
Yeah, queen g4.
Queen g4.
King f1.
King f1.
Queen h3.
Oh yeah, right. King e2.
King e2, and now queen h5 check again,
queen
just
h5.
to see where you're going to go.
Let's go to e1. I just don't like my king being checked.
And then I'll go knight d6 now.
Okay, so
I'm covering f7. That's the that's the idea.
Right. So f7 is not an idea now. Yeah. Looks nice. Looks nice. What can I do here? The thing is, white is abundant with choices. Like for example, okay, we are I think so fixated in trying to get checkmate. What if I'm inviting you to go to the endgame?
I will refuse. I will say queen h2, I think.
Queen h2, yes, yeah. Oh, I'm so wishing that white could castle right now. It would be like the best move, right? I would think.
Unbelievable. You should be able to, like have like you could, some special PayPal account where you could just pay to get the right to castle back somehow. That would be brilliant.
Exactly, yeah.
But I mean, still, yeah. I mean, king d2 still is quite
pleasant. But there's that e4. King d2, knight e4,
yeah,
king
we'll
c2.
king c2.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, it's quite still pretty tricky somehow. I mean that.
Oh, hang on. I want to play rook d8, but the bishop is eyeing on d8 from g5. Is this bishop good? Can I just take it?
You could just take it, but I'll probably go fg then, I think, and I'm looking to go g6 next.
Okay.
Probably looks probably quite good for me, for white, I think.
Yeah, g6 is amazing. Yeah, this bishop, wow. The power of bishop from a distant square. Yeah.
Yeah, rook g1's very, very subtle. Yeah, I mean, what else does black do, really? I mean, maybe you play... I suppose maybe you might play f6 after rook g1. You might claim that, the rook's only useful on g1. If you get knight g5, so you might play f6 and then just look to
f6,
play a few more moves afterwards. That might be sensible. But yeah, I think if you force black to play f6 rather than f5, then you're probably quite happy somehow.
Yeah, it is giving white time to get all the pieces out. The rook on a1, we've talked about it. It's time for it to shine. So let's move this bishop elsewhere. I don't know if is a3 a good square? I like to be on this diagonal, but I'm not too sure whether it is giving anything away. Because I was a bit worried, like after e3, let's say, this is like a f6 might be like a provocation move that now I can play f5, then after this, then there is f4, but okay, you always have knight f7.
We'll have knight f7 in this,
Yes,
in this
yes.
particular case.
So okay, let's put the bishop on e3 then. I think it's a good square.
Yeah, I mean it's a good move. I mean bishop b6 is also not silly either in some ways.
That's true. Bishop
just
e6.
get that one in there, and also also quite annoying. Just waiting a little bit to see what black's going to do with the pieces. It's a weird position, isn't it? It's really strange. But I mean, maybe bishop b3 is just also very sensible. But maybe you might play, maybe knight d6. You'd play bishop b3 now. It's possible, or maybe knight d6. You could even try knight c5.
Knight c5, yeah, why not? Right.
A little bit awkward somehow. It feels it's a little bit risky, but it's quite awkward. It just knight d7 is actually a threat. Just picking up the exchange.
Okay, this is by far, I think, the most interesting game of today matches, I would say.
Well, although Praggnanandhaa against Gukesh.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Shall we see it?
Yeah.
Let's take a look of this. Oh, c6, as we talked before, was the best move, but Gukesh didn't play it, so up to the move e6. Yeah, this is the position where...
Yeah, f5 is a novelty, actually, so it's never been played before. But it took him a long time to find it, so...
exactly, 27 minutes to find f5.
Yeah. But what was good was that after knight e5, he played knight f6 immediately. So, and now Praggnanandhaa is having a big long think now.
Right.
It's a very interesting position. I mean, the key thing that you've got to try and work out with white is how are you going to wade through that mass of pawns? Because it's you've got the pawn on d5, you've got the pawn on f5, and that's really keeping the white pieces at bay. So the likelihood is that somewhere you're going to be sacrificing a piece somewhere, either against d5 or against f5 in order to break things open. But how? That is kind of the that's kind of the tricky thing, and it's not at all obvious, I have to say. I mean, you can play I just randomly thinking of some ideas. I mean, you can play the bishop to g5. You can play the bishop to h3 to attack the pawn on f5. So, I mean, bishop g5 seems maybe like an interesting first attempt. And then, either black plays c6 then, or black can maybe try knight e4. That feels very risky, but you never know. And after c6, maybe you play something like bishop h3, and attack that pawn on f5. I don't know.
Provoking g6.
Yeah, provoking g6, and then maybe, I mean, how are we going to follow this up? Maybe knight f7 or something like this. And,
knight f7, queen has to go somewhere like here, I guess.
Are we going to go bishop f4 maybe?
Yeah.
But I mean, this is quite tough. I mean, I feel like I'm playing a lot of one piece move attacks somehow, and I'm not very sure at all where it's all leading to, if you see what I mean. So I don't know. I think that actually Praggnanandhaa's got quite a tough task to play well. These sort of positions I did not play particularly well as white. When I got them, I was because this is really going to require a lot of it's going to require a lot of a very good calculation and a bit of creativity, really, because I'm just not sure how you open that black position. I think you should have something, because black's pieces are all passive. They're on the side,
right?
They're not doing anything. But on the other hand, you've just got this granite, structure in the middle there. So this is going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, I just hope that they don't find some sort of like a random repetition in the middle of all this calculation, because that can happen too. Like I don't know. both of them couldn't find like a really good follow-up for anything. So if there's some sort of repetition, and then just to play it safe, and then there you go, and we have another draw. So hopefully it's not gonna happen. So the last move is still knight f6 in this position, and Praggnanandhaa is having a long thing, which as he should, because this is quite a complicated position. A precise plan is required to follow it up. So let's move on to other games that we haven't really touched it too.
Naka against Vidit
Nakamura.
has taken an interesting turn.
Oh, bishop
Naka
h7.
did this. Wow.
Yeah, okay.
I was wondering about.
We'll analyze this current position, but I just want to show like we saw it up to this point, knight c4, and as you mentioned, bishop g4 did happen, and after queen c2, just save the bishop on c7. Yeah, this is good. And after e5, knight d7 takes on h7 and king h8. So this is now the current position. And okay, I'm such a pawn grabber. So now Hikaru is having an extra pawn. I don't know if it means something in this position because it looks quite complicated. Phew, what do you think, Matthew?
Yeah, I mean, I think Naka's trying to prove that he's better. I think that's the point. He's trying to prove that this bishop h3 was nothing, and I'm better here. It's this is a wild old position, but yeah, somehow the black king suddenly looks quite vulnerable as well. But I mean, the thing is, what is black threatening here? I think that black's next move, if you don't do anything, it's going to be f5. So we'll just play f5, cutting off the bishop on h7. And if e takes f6, we've got knight takes f6. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming towards that white king side.
Okay,
knight takes f6, we've got queen e8 to h5 and all of that.
Right,
So,
let's say just a move for white in this position. How do you reckon, like, guarding the pawn on e5?
yeah, I mean, queen e4 was what I was looking at most naturally, but then f5 is really strong. Yeah, that's really, really good. So we can't do that.
How amazing is that? After the en passant, this knight is coming back strong, attacking the queen, protecting the bishop, and also attacking the bishop on h7.
Yeah, that's really nasty. So we can't play queen e4. So I mean, bishop g5 is quite a natural little one to play, just to try and exploit the black pieces. I mean, the annoying thing for white is that you're sort of crying out to play a move like rook d1 and pin that knight on d7 to the queen on d8, but the bishop on g4 is covering it. So
Yep.
That's rather it's kind of annoying somehow. But after bishop g5, yeah, I mean, knight takes c5 is possible. But it looks rather risky because we could maybe just take on e5.
And now playing queen e4.
And play queen e4. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know whether that's... I mean, it's conceivable that it would just be leading somehow to equality, that somehow pieces, hanging pieces would get exchanged. But I don't think this is, I think the black should look for something better than this. So let's have a look at just playing... What have we got here? Well, I mean, let's have a look at playing f6 or f5.
F6 right away, yeah? F6.
It's probably the same sort of thing there.
Uh-huh.
And then I guess ef is kind of natural.
And then takes.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Even g takes f6.
Ooh, yes, g
kind
takes.
Of,
why not?
somehow.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you go bishop h6, I go, rook g8 or rook f7 somehow. And,
rook f7. Rook f7. Yeah. It's good. Yeah, it's just attacking on h7.
Play queen g8 after. I don't know.
I like black, to be honest, in this position, just because black has some advantage in the development. All the bishops are working, and the rook is going to come, and the queen goes to g8. It's just wonderful. And then the only piece that's still kind of like asleep at the moment is the rook on a8, which can easily be fixed. So yeah, I like this position. So both parties have to be careful then, because I see also there are so many nuances that things can go wrong for white in this position, even though, I mean, for black as well. So this is such an interesting position to analyze.
Yeah, I mean, if you go something like bishop e4, and you're hoping that
Hmm.
black will take on e5, and then it'll be safe. I think black still plays f5 simply.
Oh, in this
I think you just
position, just f5,
yeah,
yeah.
I think you still keep on going. E takes f6, and then knight takes f6, and then just ask white. Well, okay, show me the defense then. Um,
I like this idea. Like after even, let's say the white moves the bishop, and then, or even if it doesn't move, it doesn't matter. Let's say like b5, queen d6. Like this is just a total domination by black.
yeah, queen e8 to h5, for
Oh,
example,
that
is
that
is
too.
another one that's coming in nastily.
Yes.
I mean, this is not pleasant. I mean, if the bishop goes back to d3, we could have queen d5 to h5. So, yeah, I mean, oof, I don't. Yeah, I don't really know. Don't really know what. I mean, this f5 move is really nasty somehow. It's not at all what you need to do something about this. But what can you do? Can you find something?
Yeah, it's a bit hard here to. It looks like white is winning. I mean, having an extra pawn, but black has the compensations for it. The pieces are out, and e5 is kind of hanging. It's just a matter of time until black takes this pawn on e5. So that is why, guys, for all the viewers, development is really, really important. So you can actually gambit a pawn or two in the opening as long as you get all the initiatives and pieces out. Maybe it's too early to say this in this game because I'm sure Hikaru will find a very good defense and will try to still mud the water because this is still not clear, even though I think we kind of like agreed that black has a more pleasant position. There are just many things that black can do in this one, especially the idea of f5, but still, both players still have to be careful. And let's see the game between Fabiano versus Nijat Abasov and update ourselves on it. I watched the interview of Fabiano, and I really like his answers that no one in this candidate tournament can be taken lightly because we know that Abasov could qualify because Magnus gave up the spot, but it doesn't mean that even though Magnus said himself that Abasov is in a bad time, but we'll see. We'll see. It is still round number two. Maybe in the following games, he will show some teeth and grab some points to get like not in the bottom rank, but actually on the middle rank. We'll see. So we saw this game up to, let's remember, bishop takes c6. Yeah, this was the position where we looked before. D takes c6 after a long thing. 6-7 minutes. And knight h4. Knight h4, Matthew.
Yeah, no, I mean, just looking at the game, Fabiano he didn't really find anything stunning or really particularly amazing to do. So
Mm-hmm.
he sort of played around a little bit with the with the queen and the knight, and then eventually he just went for the f4 plan basically. It's one of those things where it's hard to know whether these moves that white played helped or whether they just slowed everything down because that's an interesting moment to play b6 and then b5 like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, basically we've just got into a pretty normal position
Mm-hmm.
for for the for this sort of Rossolimo, where I don't think black in principle is not doing so badly here. I mean, white's got the half open f file. And there's this double pawn on c5, but the bishop on e6 is very well placed, covering
Yep.
knight b3. Black does have the possibility at some stage of playing c5 to c4 if white's incautious, just maybe get some pressure on the d file and
Mm-hmm.
then have that. So it's not particularly easy for white to to really make something of the queen side structure. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, white's, I've played these positions with white, and I've always claimed that I'm a little bit better, but in principle, it was never, it wasn't really that much. I was just sort of giving myself hope, really. I think this is pretty even, really. So but I think White can probably make a little bit more, try a little bit more to make something of it than Black. But if White sort of is a little bit incautious and a little bit of lack of attention, then Black suddenly has got some ideas like C4, and he can just be a bit better simply. So yeah, I mean, odds on for a draw, this one at the moment.
Right. Right. Yes, I was thinking of some crazy stuff like Rook F1 and maybe pushing G4. I just want to have like a good outpost for the knight on E4, but that's a bit too dreamy, I would say, because well, but at least I think White is enjoying a pleasant position, although there's nothing much going around at this one. What do you think if we see? Oh, we haven't actually taken a look at the game. This one, in the women's section between Tan Zhongyi and Faishali. Let's quickly see it from the start. So we have D4, Knight F6, Knight C3, offering this Jobava London. If you play D5, Bishop F4, and it is Jobava London we have on the board. I don't know whether our viewers would appreciate it because I honestly don't expect that any London or even Jobava London would happen on the board. I mean, for this event, both in open and women's section. But there you go. And Faishali went on with the main line C5, then E3, E takes A6, Knight F3, Knight C6, H3, Bishop F5, Bishop D3 takes, and E6. So far, so peaceful. Castle, yep. Bishop D6, takes, kind of like a symmetrical position. A little bit Rook F E1, Castle A3, Queen C7, Knight A2, Rook A C8, and the game goes on like this. Knight A5, Knight B4. Oh, so this is like the reverse crossbar structure, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, in principle, Vaishali is playing white, in actual fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
okay.
A4.
Isn't it a bit too soon? I think Black has other things to fix, because this A5 is not really a big deal in this position for Black. I mean, can you do something?
Yeah, but I think it's because Black played the knight to B3. I think you need to protect it at some stage. I think that's I think it's gone maybe a bit too far. I mean, you're fixing the pawn, so you're going to bring that knight round to C4, but it does mean that you're not going to have any opportunities to break on the queen side. Yeah, it's always difficult to know with these ones. I mean, in all fairness, it's always difficult to know, when do I fix and when do I break? Because of course, with a knight on D3, it's quite hard for for Black to break through with B5 to B4, but having the possibility, keeps White, sort of always thinking about it at least, whereas here you know exactly that that's never going to happen. So yeah, I mean these positions, I have the feeling that White's got a few more long-term prospects here. I mean, you're probably going to double up on the E file, play Rook E2, Rook E1. Just to stop Black from playing F6, which would be a nice thing to achieve, because then you might be able to get in F6, E5, and then you're going to start pushing the kingside pawns, maybe G4 and H4, and yeah, the question is for Black: what does Black have to do? What can Black do in a positive fashion? And that's perhaps not that easy to answer anymore.
Right. Okay, so yep.
I get the feeling that Tan is going to start. Tan's going to start gaining some space and starting to make something serious of this, I think.
Yeah, this is definitely her virtue. Like I think I already mentioned yesterday how I was one of her victims in the crossbar structure. I was White. And it started out as a Sicilian. Actually, I don't know how it got to the crossbar structure, but She is known to be very, very familiar with this structure. So it doesn't matter which opening that you're coming from, you just want to get into a position that you're very experienced and familiar with, right? So this is actually a very, very clever strategy by Tan, because in this position, I mean, it looks quite equalish, but I like the prospect of white of having the attacks on the king side. But maybe there's nothing, but it's just more pleasant to play as white in this one.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. So yeah, I mean, I think Baishi's gonna be feeling the pressure a little bit in the next move somehow. But I think yeah, Rook E2 played straight away. Yeah, I mean, Rook
Yes.
E2, Rook D1, and I mean, there's going to start being some tricks with Knight takes D5 as well. You know, with the E7 Rook hanging. Yeah. There's some things for Black to worry about here. I think you know. So could be it's not maybe not a lot, but it's definitely something for White. I think.
And the pawn push, yeah, like maybe at some point h4, h5, and all. Even I don't think
G4 certainly, I
it's
think, to
g4.
stop
Yeah,
knight f5. Yeah, and
yeah.
then H4, H5, Queen H4. You know,
Mm.
and yeah, I mean, it can go quickly. You can. It looks normal, and then all of a sudden, it's a very serious advantage. So yeah. I think I, if I was predicting now, I'd be predicting a white win. To be honest, you know,
Wow. If white wins, Zhongyi will have like perfect score in the tournament. So
that would be an amazing start. Yeah,
amazing
yeah.
start indeed. Yes. So let's quickly take a look at the game. This might end very soon, actually, between Lano versus, or maybe not, because Queen's Endgame. I have one experience, Matthew. This is like a lifetime experience. I was playing in Bill Open. I like playing in this tournament. It's a very well organized tournament, and the time control there is a little bit similar to the open section actually, or even a little bit more because we have the third time control. So I played my longest game ever, my longest tournament game ever, because we started the game at 2 in the afternoon. And guess what time I finished the game? Just have a guess.
Midnight.
Oh no, 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 not until midnight. I think we wouldn't like playing chess for 10 hours straight. No, I finished at 10, which is long enough.
Oh,
Yes,
pretty long.
8 hours. So no lunch, no dinner. I could only eat after. I was so starving after the game. But again, after such a chess game, you you don't feel like eating. So it was quite a torture. I was defending a queen endgame with a one pawn down. So my grandmaster opponent was just keep trying and trying, trying to get the victory out of the extra pawn. But objectively, it was already quite equalish since like 2 or 3 hours before the game ended. So I successfully defended it, and then it was a draw. But it took us 8 hours, and I just feel sorry for all the arbiters and all the staff that had to wait us to finish the game.
Uh,
Okay, so what do we have here? We saw the game.
mm.
After d5. Yeah, we had a long
Yeah,
analysis here after d5.
yeah. Conero played knight d4. So after e takes d5, she played knight d4.
We
She didn't
didn't see
take on
this move.
d5,
Yes.
which we thought, but we were wondering about c4 in these sort of positions. But
Okay, if c4 happened, what can be done here?
yeah, I don't know. I mean, we looked at c4 with knight a5, but you know, we also said that it was possible after knight d4. But yeah, I don't know. This was also quite interesting somehow. I'm not 100% sure what Koneru's idea was.
Right. Yes. Yes. I'm not too sure because it's still an extra pawn for white after c4. And how are you going to get maybe I don't know some sort of like a compensation going to the opposite colored bishop, like let's say taking on here, like taking here, or I can take on c4 first actually. Take first,
Yeah,
take
I'll take
first, and then takes this and c6.
your.
A bit too
But
artificial.
well, I don't know. Yeah, it's just that you are, you know, white is an extra. Well, I mean, d takes c6 even actually, but but
Yeah.
yeah, but then you could go e4. But I mean, it is still an extra pawn. You know, I'd probably
Mm-hmm.
go rook d1 and then knight d4. You know, bishop e3, h3. it's not pleasant for black, I don't think. It's not really what black would want to be doing, I think.
Yes, and this reminds me of the game between Fabi and Hikari yesterday. We saw that Fabi
Yeah.
had an extra pawn, or two extra pawns actually, with the opposite card bishop. Yeah, so yeah, c4 would have been an interesting reply by Lahno, but she didn't play it. Instead, she played knight takes d4 and
Yeah, I
simplifying
think
everything. Bishop
she was
g5.
probably aiming for this, actually, I think. It's quite interesting. So because she went for this four sequence.
Takes, and
now, yeah, and then a4. And yeah, I'm sort of wondering, actually, I'm wondering how awkward this queen ending is. And I'm sort of thinking that it's actually very awkward for black.
yes, this outside pass pawn could be a real trouble for black. And then white can aim for any sort of like pawn's endgame because it's going to be like a winning pawn endgame for white. So trying to exchange or trading the queen somehow, even though it might be not achievable. But yeah.
And the black king is open there. So we've got, if you went, for example, if you took on a4 and went queen a8, for example, just random move, then I've got queen g4 check takes d4.
Yep.
So there's extra, white's getting some extra help there from the open black king. And of course, there's weak pawns everywhere, which is glorious for a queen. So I'm tending to think actually that Koneru's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I would agree. I think c4 would have been interesting, keeping the extra pawn, but it's nice that we saw another alternative that Katrina offered. Yeah, and then this looks like a more clear view of advantage to us. Like it's definitely better for white without any risk. Let's say it like that. Yeah, so I can see why she chose this line.
And what I'm wondering about actually is whether black can play. I'm not sure whether it takes on a4 first, but can play the move queen c6.
By the way, Connor already took on a4, and then this is the current position.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe queen c6 in this position.
Queen c6.
Because what I want to do is play the move queen c3.
Okay.
So because it stops queen a1 and it
Right.
also stops the a pawn from advancing, and then I can play c5 to c4 as well. So for example, if you play a5, why am I going crazy? I want to play queen c3 check here. Or queen c3, not check, sorry. Queen c3.
Queen c3, yes.
Because I'm attacking that pawn, and but no, it doesn't really work because I think I go a6 now.
And then queen a3.
I want to play a6, queen a5 or something like that, and just
queen a3
just
also works, I guess.
Queen a3, but I can go queen g4 check to c8.
It's a mate down there. You have a background.
No, it's check.
Ah, you mean check here? Oh, sorry. Yes, right.
And then I want to play g3 in this position.
G3, h3, yeah.
Because h3 I've
queen
got
f4.
queen c1.
So g3 is the best move here. Right.
And I'm sort of wondering. I mean, the fact that it's, the black king's vulnerable all the time. I always find it easy to chase it back to various places, and check. A lot of checking sequences don't work simply because I can interpose with a check against the black king. So I'm really wondering about this. I'm really wondering whether this is going to. Koneru has played queen c6.
Queen c6 is on the board, yes. It is a very sensible move anyway. You have to activate your king while also at the same time putting problem to your opponent's pawn on the a4. Yeah, this looks like, even though Koneru is in trouble, yeah, this is going to be a long game because queen's endgame, you're kind of like trying to get the better of your opponent, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. And let's update ourselves on the game between this one. There are not so many moves playing on the board since we last saw it. The last move we saw was rook b8, and rook d1 was played, check, and then king e8, not blocking the bishop on f8, bishop e3, bishop g4, and rook c1. Okay, and now Anna is officially in time trouble with 9 minutes left on the clock, and she still has to make 23 moves to the time control.
I think I think both I think both players are struggling to get to grips with a position somehow. I think that's and maybe there's I mean, I've had this happen to me as as black, that I feel like I've come unexpectedly well out of the opening, and then I feel like I got every single choice in the world, and then when I'm looking at the choices, suddenly they seem a little bit less wonderful than I hoped, and then I start getting nervous and worried about, oh, which one should I choose? I've had these situations before, and I'm wondering whether this has happened a little bit to Anna, because she's spending an awful lot of time on this on this position. But
Right.
I think there's nothing really wrong with her position at all. But
She
but
just
it's
has
a
to
bit of a
play
shame
quicker,
to
yeah.
yeah, it's a bit of a shame to have played king to e8. When you
Yeah.
could have brought the bishop out to b4 straight earlier and then played the king to e7 quickly.
Yeah, and letting the rooks to be connected and then developed it to the center files.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So yeah,
But
rook
but
b8.
okay, but I mean, if bishop d2, maybe Anna will just play bishop e7. Actually, it's quite possible.
Bishop e7.
Yeah. Because I mean, I think White's king has moved as well, hasn't it? White can't castle.
Yeah,
Or
white
has
can't castle. Right.
I don't think that's right, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. So so yeah, I mean, and Black's threatening f6 here, and then king f7. That's you're just going to try and get out like that. So again, I don't really see anything wrong for Black here.
Right. Yep.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
So far so good. Anna just has to play quicker because otherwise she's going to be like in a very bad time situation. And let's see our favorite game, one of the most enticing matches
Oh,
on this
we missed
round.
Salimova against Lei. We should
Oh,
just
you
have
want
a
to see
quick.
that? Okay.
Just wondering
Salimova. Okay.
just wondering what's happening actually.
So
Ooh,
we saw it up to bishop f3, I remember. And
yeah. So
here, Lei Tingjie played
knight
knight
d5.
d5, knight e4, castle, a4, takes with the rook, a5, and then bishop a3.
Yeah, I'm
Knight
going for still
b6, takes this one,
knight d4.
rook goes back, bishop d5, and knight c3.
Yeah. Black's played this quite accurately. I think played this quite well.
Takes with the pawn. I think this has been our theme of the event. Like most of the rounds, we have at least
double f pawns.
At least one game with doubled f pawns. So rook fc8, knight e4, knight c2, takes, and this is the current position.
Yeah, I think we should be. I think we're heading for a draw quite soon. Maybe even immediately. Yeah, we're going to take and go a4. That's probably quite decent.
Yeah,
takes
like
knight,
this,
takes a4,
and just simplifying everything. Yeah, takes like this, knight
fine.
takes. Yeah, and possibly rook a1, knight b6.
If we want to be really thorough, then that's what we'll do.
And like this and this. Oh, but they are 2 moves away. Oh no, actually 12 moves away from
king h1, king h8, king g1, king g8. Blitz it out.
Yeah, just to show your intention. Hey, let's make a draw. Okay, I think rook c1 is played. I might be wrong.
It looks like, yeah.
Looks like it, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, rook c1. And now, as you predicted, maybe a4 is going to be the next move. It looks very sensible. Yeah, you cannot get anything else in this position, can you?
I don't think so. I mean, you can't let that pawn run, and rook c6, a3 is not what you want. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is a4, b takes a4, and then yeah, it's just a draw in principle.
Right. Okay. And,
I mean, yeah, I mean, you could. Well, I suppose you could make a case for White having a slight edge because just thinking, because after a4 takes knight takes a4, you could go rook c7.
Oh, right.
And you're going to try and if something like knight b6, you're going to go
knight d6.
Knight d6. You want to rook f8. You want to go e4 or something. That's and claim that
and maybe
there was some crazy ending that I think Wesley So lost. Quite similar to this, where it was rook and knight against rook and knight on one side, but he lost it somehow. But I guess that there's some way of playing accurately here that makes all this work. But yeah, might play a few more moves with white.
Well, there are still other games going on that I mean, we are on to like the almost to the third hour of the game, and then none of them finished. Well, approaching to finish, that's the game Salimova versus Lei Tingjie, but I think the rest of the games they are still on the very fiery battles. So, Matthew, I need to take a break because it's been quite intense. All the games are really fiery. So, yep, guys, don't go anywhere because we will be back soon after a short break. Hello, hello, welcome back. And now, oof, it was a much needed break, Matthew, because usually at this point of the event or at this round, it will be like the most intense point. And as we can see very soon, it is currently happening on the game between Hikaru Nakamura versus Vidit. And I will put it on the screen very soon. There you go. Yes, so the F5 idea, you mentioned it did happen, but we saw it until the point of King H8. Yeah, Bishop H7, King H8. And Hikaru decided to retreat the bishop to D3. B5 was played, Knight E3 attacking the bishop on G4. But Vidit said, I'm not going to retreat my bishop. Instead, he took on E5, taking the extra pawn out of Hikaru and protecting the bishop at the same time, and possibly preparing the queen d6 too. Ooh, this is Hikaru is in trouble, I would say. What do you think?
Yeah, he's certainly under pressure. I mean, it's if somebody's got to find accurate moves at the moment, it's definitely him.
Yes, he has to find all the right moves here because black is very pleasant. Yeah, black can just choose any other ideas to play. Anyway, so bishop e2 offering the trade of the bishop, and again, f5 finally did happen. This is so exciting.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting actually. I'm going to see how Hikaru is going to develop here because yeah, the nice thing about keeping the tension between the bishop on g4 and the bishop on e2 is that white can't develop with knight d2 because the bishop on e2 is hanging. So
Right.
something has to be done before you can develop. And yeah, I mean, black's got a lot of possibilities. Queen d6. Lining up like that. Yeah, also some knight g6 or knight d5 and queen h4. Is also possible. So we've got a lot of ways of bringing the pieces into play. And yeah, Hikaru's got to try and decide, what's the best way to deal with all that. And it's far from obvious.
Probably f4. Is it a move here just to
If you can play
shut down the
f4,
diagonal?
then probably you should play it. That's kind of the but it's not, yeah, it's not very clear.
Can you sack? Ooh. I just got excited by the possibility of just, okay, I don't care that you're attacking my knight. I can play queen d6.
Yeah, I mean, there's queen d6 or bishop b6 even is another one.
Bishop b6. Let's see that move. Bishop b6
is another one that you
so
can
if
you can
takes,
try.
then
Yeah, well, probably takes
first,
and
yeah.
f4 or knight d5 first is possible as well. Knight d5 might even
This
be
is
really
such a
strong.
nice one.
No, with a bishop on g4.
Oh, bishop
So
yeah, that's right. Okay,
you just
yes.
do it like this. This
Right.
might be very strong as well.
Wow. Wow. Shall we see the first victory? I mean, this, I would say is going to be quite a decisive game. I don't believe if you tell me now, Irene, this is going to be a drawn game in like 20-25 moves. No, I wouldn't believe that. I know it's still like a three result game right now, but yeah, I think the ball is in Fidit's court now.
Yeah, I mean, I mean that's just one possibility. I mean, even queen d6 that you pointed out, also looks quite tricky somehow. I'm not immediately seeing a good way to deal with those threats. So there's a lot of yeah. I mean, I think the difficulty for Vidit will be choosing the best possibility out of a number of very promising looking ones. And obviously, with such a good defender as Hikaru, that's always the tricky thing. But I mean, really, so far he's played absolutely beautifully. Vidit, it's really good performance so far.
Yeah.
Really powerful playing.
Well, I would say also kudos to his to his team. Like he's there with two strong grandmasters, Danielle Facaturo from Italy and Surya Ganguly from India, who used to be also seconding Anand. So he's a very experienced grandmaster, and he's very updated with the popular and trendy lines and what to look at, what not. So these players, they're not only leaning themselves on the technology on their computer, but also there's some sort of like human approach that needs to be equipped in this type of preparation too. Like I like this preparation. I don't know whether it is a preparation until which point, but this has been going so well for Vidit so far.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's a good team actually. Yeah, it's two very strong, experienced grandmasters, and having somebody who's seconded Vichy is yeah, very very positive. Of course, I think you've probably lived through everything if you've seconded Vichy for as long as Ganguly did. So
Right.
that's
Okay.
definitely going to help in a sort of a candidate situation.
Right. While Hikaru is going to figure out what to do on his position, let's move on to also a very, very interesting game between Praggnanandhaa versus Gukesh. And I think the last position that we saw was
Knight
f5?
f6,
Knight f5,
knight f
knight d5, knight f6.
knight d5, knight
Yeah,
f6. Yeah.
here we try to figure out what to do, what sort of plans that can be done for both sides, and Praggnanandhaa decided to play queen to c2,
Yeah,
trying.
I think the idea of that was that if you go g6,
Mhm.
then I think that he was going to. I'm not quite sure whether he goes bishop g5 first, or even bishop h6 first. But the knight's coming round e2 to f4. I think
Ah,
that's the idea, and then you can you can sack on g6 in that way and break open the king side, or it could come round to d4 and then you could sack on f5. I think that was the idea, so he was really looking to break open the black king side in that way. Very
right.
nice idea, actually. I was very I was pretty impressed with that idea.
Yeah, yeah.
Had not occurred to me. Always like you can always tell strong players by whether how they handle their knights. They always find paths for them. I remember I played Luke McShane, English grandmaster, super strong, when he was about 9 years old. I mean, I wasn't
Sorry,
that much.
repeat the names of the players again.
Luke McShane,
Oh, Luke
English
McShane,
grandmaster.
of
Yeah,
course,
yeah.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Super strong grandmaster. But I played him when he was about 9 years old, and I was only about 15 myself, probably. But I played him in some quick play, and almost without thinking, in some sort of strategical position, he sort of rerouted his knights around, and put them on good squares. And I really had the feeling, just when I saw that oh, this guy's going to be strong, and I was
Mm-hmm.
correct in that assumption. So yeah, and this is very nice as well. Just not sort of seeing the position and trying to hit from there, but just sort of saying, okay, well, where would my pieces want to go, and then just rearranging them, and Queen c2, letting the knight on e2 come round to f4. Also trying to tease out a weakness with g6. Very nice play.
Yes, yes, and also this is one of the differences again between the top players, elite players, strong players with amateur, right? Tactics is always there, strategy is always there for you to understand, for you to learn and apply it on your game. But it is very important to also learn where your pieces are best located, and this is so far. I mean, I'm still learning it until this point because it is so hard to actually understand, this piece has to be on this square. The other one has to be on this square. And then just dividing the task on which sides that you have to play, whether it is the queen side or the king side. Oh, this is the never ending task or never ending lesson to learn. Okay, so after Queen C2, Gukesh finally played the move that you mentioned before, c6, but this might be a
Yeah.
little bit too late.
Well, just he's giving the. It's interesting. He gave the pawn on f5
Mm-hmm.
back, and played queen e8. I mean, it's just totally. It is actually now totally irrational. I don't actually understand anything about it anymore. Yeah, just giving back this pawn, yeah, and knight f7 played.
Yep.
Knight
And
f7, knight f7. Ooh, bishop c8. This, God. Yeah, I mean, it's just gone. It's just a little bit bananas now. There's no real sense to it anymore. In a way, it's just a position, and you've just got to think of things to do, really. But bishop c8 is interesting. So I guess what Gukesh is going for is simply bishop takes c6, followed by queen takes f7.
yeah.
I mean, after
But this
bishop
one is,
e6,
yeah.
white can throw in knight h6 check. Um, So, you know, that's sort of possible,
Right.
but which would ruin the, you know, the black pawn structure. But that's basically what he's going for, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What he could also be going for, I suppose you could also throw in G6 as well, you know, and then the queen might have to retreat to H3 at the moment to protect the pawn on E6.
Right. Yes. Yes.
But I don't know. I don't know whether actually whether I mean I don't know whether taking that pawn on E6 would be a wise thing somehow, because you know you could play a move like Rook E1, for example. Just imagine, and then after G6, you could maybe retreat back to C2.
That's true, but I would just think I'm just thinking that at this moment, black doesn't have anything that's attacked. So can I just take the moment to just play, let's say, knight b7 or knight b3? I don't know which one. I just want to get my knight to the game. Maybe knight b7 with the idea of knight d6, for example, because I just want to trade this knight off. And I'm still enjoying the extra pawn, and then this half a diamond pawn chain that I have, it's still looking very good on the queen side.
Okay, I'll go maybe bishop f4, maybe.
Bishop f4. Yeah, this is nice. And now maybe I can try to attack this one by playing knight c5.
Yeah.
And maybe additional idea, I can reroute my knight to d3.
Maybe knight d6. Knight d6, maybe.
Knight b6 looks nice, but then I'm trying to attack you too by maybe knight e4. So attack with an attack. I need to calculate this there, but the idea is there. Or can I just play knight here? Maybe not. You just play queen g4, yeah? And then, oh, queen g4, queen g6.
I'll go queen c2, most probably, but...
Queen c2, I just move my queen and then, okay, let's say queen c2, I still have this queen g6 too. I don't mind doubling my pawns. I still have an extra pawn. I think primarily after bishop c8, I think Gukesh is thinking to bring the knight back. I think that's what my gut tells me. It's
yeah. Prag's played Rook E1, so
Rook E1. Yeah, we will see Gukesh play very soon. So let me bring back to the position. So this is the current position of their game, Rook E1, and yeah, this is still very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling about it is that somehow White shouldn't necessarily be afraid of losing of having the E file opened. That's what I'm trying to work out, and that yeah, you know, obviously, if you could even get some weakness of the black king side with G6 or something like that, then it could be, you know, just having the E file open might not be so bad at all. So I'm just trying to find a way to do that. And there's also possibilities of taking on f6 and you know, playing bishop g5 or bishop d4 takes f6 and then sacking d5 somehow. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm wondering about this. Yeah, the knight f7 move. I'm kind of wondering about really whether that was really a good move or not.
It looks good, but it's not necessarily good, right? I mean, it just looks good, but whether or not it possesses any good attack on the or good problem in the black scam, we'll see. But let me take you, Matthew, to the game between. We did miss it. Oh my gosh, Zhongyi versus Vaishali. We saw that it's gonna be like an.
Oh, by the way, I've just seen that Naka against Vidit, f4 was played and then bishop b6, as we said. So
okay, well done. I mean, we saw all these moves. Very good. But let me take you to this game first. And apparently, Zhongyi won the game against Vaishali with an imminent attack on the king side. Let's see it. So we saw the position up to rook e2, and then rook c e8, both doubling the rooks on the e file. b6, g4. You mentioned that g4 will be
Yeah, no,
played
this
automatically.
was going to be horrible. Yeah.
Yes. And then knight b5, queen
Ooh, ooh.
h4, queen d6. Yeah, black doesn't have any play on the king side. Yeah,
Yeah,
even
I guess Black's trying to play knight c7 and then maybe f6 or something. That's probably the idea. Not silly, but
yeah, it's not
it's
silly.
costing
That's
so
true.
much time.
Hmm.
So much time it's costing.
And then knight h5, f6, yes. And then g5. Okay,
This is
opening the
very
g
nice.
file. Rook will be transferred to g2 and attacking the king. f5, yeah, you have to close the g file because otherwise it's going to be dangerous. But that's not without any cost
This
because
is
now
really nice.
it is
It's
nice.
really nicely played. It's
Because
beautifully
now,
played,
oh
by the
my
way.
gosh, knight f4. You see how you were telling me like a good player can be seen with how they're playing their knights, right? And
Yeah,
then
this is yeah.
in this game we have like two dancing knights. I mean, helping each other in a way to attack the king.
It's
e5,
just a beautiful game actually. Knight f6 is winning
knight
now, isn't it?
f6.
Yeah,
Oh
there we
my
are.
gosh,
Okay.
knight
Yeah,
f6, gf, and then
gorgeous.
knight g6.
Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful,
Yeah,
beautiful.
lovely. Lovely game. Lovely
Yeah.
game.
So
Yeah.
this one, okay, let's play it out because Faishali resigned on this position, but uh see it to our viewers. Yeah. So the king has to move now. Where do you move the king? It doesn't matter. Yeah. GF
I
is the next
let's
move.
take G7. That's the most natural, maybe, but yeah.
King G7 or King G8?
King G.
Seven.
Oh, King. Yeah, seven. Let's go seven.
Seven, yeah.
I don't know.
And
Yeah.
now I think you want to take this one, check,
Yeah.
yeah. And after queen takes this, there is another discovery. It cannot be helped. And after this, okay, it's just a matter of how you're going to finish this. Yeah, maybe it takes this, and then this king has to go here. At least you have this one if you want. Oh,
Yeah,
many
there are
things.
many wins. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
instead of knight e7, I think knight e5 check also just wins the queen as well. So yeah.
yeah. I have a feeling this game, especially in the last few moves of the position, it will go down to many puzzle books.
Yeah,
Usually,
yeah,
usually
yeah.
it is how it's done. Yeah, you just
It's
see.
actually, yeah. I mean, it's actually a beautiful illustration of, yeah, the power of a wing attack when the opponent doesn't have any counterplay,
Right.
and I think this move, you can trace the seeds of this problem when Vaishali played the knight to b3 early on, and then had to play a4 in order to rescue it, basically. But that basically lost Black any possibility of breaking on the queen side. And then somehow, yeah, White just had all the chances to build up on the king side. So it's a really nice game. I love it actually. I think it's really beautiful.
Yeah, the way how Tan played out from the opening to the middle game, she was in no rush. But you see, I was just looking, I rewinding it a bit just to see the time situation. Apparently, when she played knight f6, she played it with a full confidence. You see, like she's not losing any time. Knight f6,
Yeah,
knight
yeah,
g6, just automatically, and then
yeah.
yeah, and then
But
resign.
the Chinese players are brilliant tacticians. All of them. They're really good. It's just you always notice this with I noticed it when I was analyzing the games. Of the women's quarterfinals, semi-finals,
Mm-hmm.
and the candidates finals. Simply, there were these tactical exchanges, and they were finding them so quickly. It was very impressive. So I think this sort of thing she does in her sleep. Simply, it's very impressive.
Right, yes, and just a side note for all the viewers, well, Zhongyi herself used to be a women's world champion, so this type of tournament, she often plays it. So because I was thinking of the nerves, especially for the first timers here. This is first time for Farshali playing in the candidates. This is the first time for Salimova playing in the candidates, right? So for the first timers, you kind of having some butterflies in your stomach, yeah, that might be affecting the way how you perform. So but this is not the story for Tanzongyi because she showed 2 games, 2 points, perfect score, and I'm just going to very looking forward to seeing what she's gonna come up with tomorrow. So let's update. Also, oh, there's another game that's already
Yeah.
finished. That's between we already predicted it. Salimova versus Lei Tingjie and see how it's done. So we predicted a4, but Lei Tingjie.
Well, yeah, actually, Lei was careful. She made sure she got it in the very best way, which was, I think, very clever somehow. So just played, protected her king side, brought the knight into play, and then
a4.
played a4.
Yes.
That was definitely the best.
Yep.
You just avoid any single problem at all. And then they just have to work out, how do we make a draw somehow?
Because they have to make it. Yeah, they either have to make it until the 40th move, or they make some sort of repetition. Let's see. Okay, so I see on the notation they didn't make it until 40th. So what sort of repetition do they make? So takes. Okay, this is definitely drawn. And then, oh, there you go.
Very good.
There you go.
Very good.
Okay.
Well done. Well done.
Okay, so it's also not a bad result for Nurgül Salimova. She drew yesterday against Anna Muzychuk, and also drew another game against Lei Tingjie, two big favorites in this candidate.
Yeah.
Yep. So pretty much.
Yeah. Played well, I think, and gave herself a little chance if Lei was a bit off her game, just for a nice little grind, and yeah. It's good start. I mean, she's going to be feeling a bit in the tournament now, which is important for for the lowest rated player in the tournament. So it's good, really good.
Right, and also I think, well, we know that she's being seconded by Chaparinov, and as we know, Chaparinov is also the second or the husband of Stevanova, who pretty much know the experience how to deal with this sort of event. This this is a very strong event. What sort of preparation that you need to be done, right? Sometimes you have a different preparation in the first half of the event and second half of the event, because it also they will also be seeing your energy level and then the mood of the game and so on. So it's definitely useful. Okay, let's come back to
they're good seconds. Actually, it's a nice combination, to have Cheparinov, who's a superb theoretician,
right?
Then Stefanova, who obviously knows the women's game very well, and also is she was always incredibly. She played for my team, Guildford, in the English Nations Chess League.
The Forencial, yeah.
The Forencial, that's right. And incredibly, she was incredibly determined. Right. She had a lot of long games, but she always won them in the end. And you really saw this enormous determination. So that's also somebody very good to have in your camp. It's. Yeah, you've got both sides really. The theoretical side and also the practical side as well. So I think Salimova's done really well with her choice of seconds there.
Yep, very well said. Okay, let's switch it back to the game. This one, I really want to see.
Yeah, this one's gone bananas. Absolutely bananas.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. We saw it until Queen D2, I would say. Where is Queen D2? Where are you? Here we go. And Knight D6 was played. Bishop B2, simple.
So, yeah, Jan's trying to attack this E5 pawn. That was the big thing there. But actually, Ali Reza sort of launched some sort of counterattack here with Knight F5.
Sneaky knight going to H4.
Yeah, I've not really expected that, I have to say.
Yes, Queen D7 at H4, King goes to F1 and F5. Oh my gosh, this is totally exciting. Knight G3, knight takes F3 and B5. Okay, and then Ali Reza, no, I'm not gonna move my knight. I'll play F4 and attacking your knight.
Yeah, what's the time situation? Oh yeah, 39-24. Yeah, I don't. You sort of wonder. I mean, yeah, if I was playing this sort of game with either color, I'd be like down to 1 minute by now. But these guys are playing pretty quickly. So, but what on earth is happening here? Well, I mean, I guess that. Does White have to exchange off queens here? I mean, obviously, you're getting a bit nervous that at some stage, if you don't, then Queen H5 will come in. If you move the knight, then Queen H5 might come in. But it's maybe, well, actually, that is vaguely scary, of course.
Yeah.
I think maybe we need to. Maybe I don't normally do this, but maybe we need to start thinking about candidate moves and just work out what could we do. I mean, Queen E8 is one idea. Yeah, B takes C6 is another, but of course there's F takes G3 then, which looks
nasty for black. But we can always have this queens exchange at
some point. We can always
point.
exchange off the queens. Yeah, we can do it. We can do it a move later. I mean, yeah, how bad is it? I mean, what if I just take on e8 and then take on? I should probably take on the queen now and go c takes b7. I mean, am I
Well,
how
there's a
scary
check
is
here and
this?
then rook takes.
Yeah, I want to claim that this is not dangerous and that I have something, but maybe I don't actually have anything at all.
I think you have to
I
go
can now.
up, right?
Well, I can
Otherwise,
go to I can go to g1.
oh, if you
Was
go to
great.
g1, then
And rook f2,
rook
bishop
f2.
f5.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
I
I'm just
can
going
I
to get
can try to
mated.
mate you.
You're gonna mate me. Yeah, you're
Yes.
just gonna mate me. No,
Yeah.
this is all rubbish. This is all rubbish. No,
Unless
it's
you, yeah, unless you go to g2, it will be a
yeah,
bit different story. But then, okay,
yeah.
I'll
I'll
just
take on
simply take the
b2.
bishop.
I'll,
So
I'll manage. I'll manage that somehow. It's just that the king's caught in the corner there. The black king is. So I'm sort of yeah vaguely getting tempted with stuff. But and that knight on h2 is out. Is sort of trapped as well. So
yes.
I don't. Yeah, but I guess that it's just not. Yeah, it can't. This can't be the right way to do
So rook
things.
b1 maybe then.
Yeah, rugby. Now that I say it's not the right way to do things, I'm wondering because it's kind of hard to. I mean, how how are you getting out of this actually?
That's a good
So,
question. Yeah. So if you don't take, then that pawn on b7 is really like a good pawn. But bishop f7 and b8, that's the concrete continuation, I would say. But if you take, how to save this knight? I don't think it's savable.
you can't do it. No. Um, well, I mean, you can get yeah. No, you can't save it. I mean, and the question kind of is afterwards. Yeah, I mean, well, if I've got the pawn on b7, I'm never going to lose, especially with your king so
Restricted, yeah.
cut off on h8. I mean, it could just be absolutely appalling somehow.
Okay, this is nice. This is
Well,
nice.
if well, let's have a look at a few other possibilities, but this
After
is certainly
f4.
one that you might will be a tough one for a human player though
Yes, to calculate
to really
everything.
to
And
really
also
calculate this one.
to decide whether that is the working line that we have to go for or not, because
Yeah,
during a tournament, you have these goosebumps, you have this worry, and then everything else.
yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah.
we should look at Queen E8 and Knight E4, which I think is that's probably the most human possibility. If I
And
just take on E8 in this position,
knight
well, yeah,
e4
Knight
is
E.
just being played by
Oh
Nepomniachtchi.
God, my goodness. Because I was wondering whether Queen H5 was possible here. That was
Yeah.
kind of I was wondering.
So this one cannot be done because there is a queen on d7. But after this and king e2, maybe Ian thought that there is no follow-up idea after that. And it might be just helping white because at some point you want to transpose your rook to h1 anyway. So it's just helping. So
Yeah, yeah. Well, we can play B takes C6.
b
I
takes
mean, the
c6.
idea is to go
Oh,
Knight
sorry.
H2. Yeah, I mean simply Knight E4, Queen H5. The idea is Knight H2. So
Oh,
that's the idea.
and then after I play king, there's at least some repetition, yeah?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but
Let's say
but, uh,
like
but
I'll take
yeah,
the knight here and then
yeah,
knight h2. If you play king g1 and at least there is this.
yeah,
Because if you play king g2 there is f3.
yeah. I mean, there's sort of danger somehow. Yeah,
And if you play here you can
yeah,
just
I've got Knight
knight
F3
f3 again. And you
and King
don't
E2. I've got Knight
king
D4.
d4, yes. And this is
It's
actually
kind of
losing for white now maybe.
well, yeah, I don't,
No, this is
I,
losing. This is losing.
yeah, okay, King D2, yeah, Queen E4 check. I've got,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's
So
knight
yeah,
b3 as well. So no,
yeah,
this is
no,
losing.
and then Queen E4 with check after this,
Right,
yeah.
yes,
So,
yes.
but I think what you have to do, you have to go King G2. I think after Knight H2 check. That's the
King
one.
g2 and allowing f3.
Yeah, and then I go King G1, and then
Aha.
Knight G4 simply.
Knight g4, yes.
Knight G4 is really strong.
Oh, then this
Yeah,
is
Knight
check and
G4
then
is
this
really
is gonna
strong.
be
Yeah.
mate, yeah.
Yeah.
So you have
So
to.
wait a minute. So Queen H5. That's really weird because he could have taken on E8 and gone Knight E4, which looked very sensible somehow.
But this is pretty much like okay. This is of course this is a good move of this queen h5, but Do you also think that this is kind of like a silent draw offer? Because this, I mean, it's obvious that there might be some repetition coming up soon, at least at the very least for black. But I don't know if we're missing something. Maybe with Queen H5, black is doing a bit better than white.
No, it's it just seems odd there because you could have gone Queen takes C8 and Knight E4, which to my eyes looks like it's probably. I mean, you're 2 pawns down. I understand, but it does look quite nicely promising
For
white
white,
somehow.
yeah. And now this knight has to move, and at the meantime, I think you can actually play c4 so that your bishop.
C4 stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's or play a bishop E6 move or something. Just if you go knight B8, I go bishop E6, and then I'm just going to go bishop G4. I'm and then I'm
Oh,
going
be
to go
careful.
C4.
Bishop g4, there is knight h2.
There's knight H2.
Yeah.
That's true.
So be careful with
true.
that. I think I have a good outpost on e4 anyway. So after knight b8, I think I would just play c4, c5.
Or maybe king E2. Maybe king E2
King e2
first.
as well. Yeah, king e2 is nice.
Because after G4, I'll go bishop E6 then. That's what I'll do.
Yes, now it works, right? Yeah,
Bishop
well,
A3. I've got bishop A3. I mean, it sort of feels like this would, this was, yeah, possibly, a nice try for advantage. Whereas, yeah, knight E4, queen H5, it's sort of, I think it's, but I don't know, but somehow there's danger for white as well. That's why I'm sort of
So
wondering whether it's.
let's see it once more if black has anything after b takes c6, because now black already sacrificed a knight. If black doesn't have anything, then white stands better. So apart from the repetition, can black force matters here?
It's a tough one. You have to be pretty quick. Obviously, queen E7 is coming in. So
yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I was wondering. Yeah, I wanted to go something like rook D8, queen E7, queen H3, king E2, knight G1 or something, but it doesn't. I think probably even just.
You cannot take
So I was
because queen
hoping.
d3.
Well, yeah, and queen E4, but even that's not probably not. It's probably the most you get is a draw. But actually, you could even go king E1 if
Yeah, just king e1 is
necessary,
fine.
and it's not going to be any more than.
Just a repetition.
That would be a repetition. And maybe rook G1 is because you go round to F1 afterwards, and it's not very clear really.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not making a draw. So maybe just check whether it really is a draw, or whether white can't do something clever. So BC6, knight H2 check.
Okay, if king e1, we have knight f3.
Yeah, I mean, or could I? No, I can't. I'm going to get myself mated somehow. What I want to do. So king G1, knight F3
goes
check,
back.
and king G2.
King g2. G4? I'm threatening mate in 1.
Yeah, I'm going rook H1 then.
Knight e. Oh no, I cannot play knight e1. Knight h4, king f1.
F1, yeah.
Okay, so let's not play g4. Let's try.
I could go rook D8.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because after you take this, there's queen g4.
But there's maybe rook H1
after rook d8.
after rook D8.
But I like. Wait. I was thinking of knight e1 and f3, but you have king g1.
Yeah.
And if I play knight h4 check?
I'll take it.
And f3 first? Yeah, it might be it actually. Takes and then check here. Threatening mate.
King G1?
King g1, then I'll. Oh, interesting. Can I take with the pawn? Oh no, just take with the queen is fine. I'm attacking this anyway.
Do I go queen E7 then?
This is made in one. Yeah, I have no time to do this because you have
Well,
knight
knight G3,
g3.
knight G7,
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe GH, maybe GH. Yeah,
GH, yeah, let's try GH. So GH and then queen. Can I take it?
Oh, queen E7, yeah, that's. But
Because
I
after
can
queen
go queen G.
g6, queen
Yeah,
g6, at least there's knight g5 or even queen
yeah.
g4.
I've got queen G4.
Oh, queen g4,
So,
yeah. I have
so
to
but I can go. Yeah, I mean, I've
knight
got to go knight
g3,
G3.
queen e5, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but
Yeah, knight g3, queen e5. I think that's mate.
yeah, I can go. Yeah, rook, no, rook E8. No, it's not. Yeah, this is probably, this looks like it's winning for white
Right.
somehow.
And yeah, queen g7 is always a move there. So, and then white has 3 pieces for a rook.
Yeah, this is too much somehow. Let's just have a quick look again at just the position after King G2. Yeah, after King G2.
Okay, let's say this one, yeah, and then takes on c6 here, and then king g2.
Oh, no, it's King G1. It was
Oh, king g1
was
first.
it King G1, Knight F3?
Yeah, and then king
King
g2, right?
King G2, yeah, there's one. So, I mean, what other ideas have we got? I mean, we could go Knight H4 check, and then we go King F1. And now we'd be looking for something like maybe Queen F3.
Can we play knight f5?
Knight F5.
Looks a bit, I don't know, not in the spirit of the game because you want to actually attack, not defending. But okay, let's your move first. Queen f3, yeah?
Yeah, Queen F3. But I guess that could simply play. Well, there's a few things I could play. I mean, even Queen it takes E7 is kind of interesting. I'm not 100% sure that is
Queen take
probably just.
a7.
Yeah, I think that's probably just quite good. Yeah.
Just check here.
King E2.
And check.
King D2. And I just. I mean, I can play Knight F5 to keep you at bay, just a little bit. But I think I'm just, in general, I'm just a piece up there. And if you go Rook D8, I just go King C1. So that's kind of working quite well, I think. So I don't think that's really working. King G2.
Yeah, that's interesting actually. These king moves, they have a few different plans.
I don't know. Can we just go back to the position after King G2? Just yeah, there we are. That one. Oh, yeah. So G4, just Rook H1 was annoying, and yeah, Rook D8, which was quite a nice move. Then Rook H1. You do sort of feel that that this was the one where we came closest somehow to doing some stuff. Wouldn't there be something brilliant? That's what we need. Something brilliant here. My goodness, I mean, if Jan's calculated all this, then it's incredible, really.
It is possible. Yeah, he's a calculator. So
yeah, he's yeah, no, absolutely. This is definitely what Jan could do. This is his big strength somehow. Yeah, nothing springs to mind here, I have to say. It's
yeah, the queen is very, very well placed here because it's guarding like this square g4. It's amazing. Now,
yeah. I mean, I'm thinking of alternatives. I mean, maybe black could play queen g6 instead of queen h5.
Okay, so we go back to this one, yeah?
Maybe
So
you can play queen g6,
queen g6, okay.
hit that knight on e4.
I'll just demonstrate it on the board. So if white takes this one, can you take this really?
Yeah, you can take this one, I think.
At least you have knight h2 and come back, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
okay, let's
that
see
should
it.
be.
Takes, and then check, and then here, check. King f1 is a draw. Can I walk into the discovery? I don't think so. It's gonna be mate.
It's going to be. Yeah,
It's
I
gonna be
must.
mate.
I can't
So
believe. I can't believe you can do that.
yeah,
That's,
no, it's not possible. Here can just go back like this. I mean,
yeah, or knight d2 check even at the
oh,
very
knight
least.
d2, knight d2 is better. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
I think.
okay.
I think that's going to work. So
Queen
maybe.
g6.
I mean, the only thing I could do, I suppose, is after queen takes e4, is I could go bishop d5. So b takes c6, yeah. Queen takes e4, and then bishop d5. And that might actually be quite nasty.
Ooh, the discovery now doesn't work because the queen is
No, yeah,
being
I can
attacked.
just go to h1. It's
Yeah.
yeah, this is horrible. I think this is just winning.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. White is close to winning this one.
My goodness. This is maybe, I don't know, this is feeling like it's quite serious for black. At any rate, I mean, obviously, we're not engine, so we're not going to be calculating this perfectly. But at any rate, you can see the challenges that Ali Rez's got there. But I mean, I think he's got to play either queen g6 or queen h5. I can't believe that he's got another move, because otherwise, I mean, what's he going to do otherwise? I suppose you could go knight a5, but it looks.
And this is definitely not the position that you want to play when you have only 10 minutes left on the clock without any increment.
No, I think you want a crisis now, really, with 10 minutes on the clock. You don't want
Yeah.
to, you don't want to play a move like knight a5 and just have a, white with a good compensation for the pawns and Jan facing you, of all people. That's not the sort of position you want to give to Jan.
Right. Yeah. Wow. So Ian might be scoring his first victory in this event.
If he does that, then he's a serious contender, I have to say, because this means that he's in great form if he's winning this.
I'm just wondering that if he wins another candidate, will the third time really be his charm for winning the world title? We'll see. Okay, let's take a look at the game of Hikaru. He seemed to be almost lost this one. Oh my goodness, the king is back to its original square as if he didn't castle. Let's take a look.
He's putting the pieces back in the box, I think. It's
That looks like it, unfortunately. Okay, we saw the position up to f4 and then bishop b6 and king f2. Okay, it's not the endgame yet, but he decided to get the king to the game.
Yeah.
Knight d5, more pressure on the knight. Rook h1 check, one simple check, just play king g8. F takes e5, queen g5 coming. And after king e1, bishop takes e3. Black pretty much, doesn't have to worry anything about material, but look at the position. Just a total domination by black.
This is absolutely horrible.
Yeah,
I think you're just going to be you're going to be losing material. You just are going to be losing material. I don't even think it's going to be that complicated. I mean, Hikaru's a magnificent defender, and nobody can hold bad positions like he can. But I think you're just going to. This is too much, actually. I think you're just going to be losing material in some simple way.
I would think so too. Okay, I think we're going to see our first decisive result in the open section. I mean, with 10 minutes on the clock, it is okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is if Hikaru saves this one, then he's a real miracle worker. I mean, that's definitely true. So
right.
We'll see, but wow, what a game from Vidit. I mean, it's yeah, brilliant,
And as
simply,
black too, right? Because
yeah.
normally you could pull something like this when you're white, you're deciding the variation of the game and then the dynamic of the game. But here it's as if Vidit was playing white himself and then just total domination. Very, I like how he played actually. He's not in a rush for anything, but he also calculates very well. And but he just knows which pressure that which point that he had to press. So this E3, as you mentioned, very well spotted by you, Matthew. It's absolutely a disaster now for Hikaru.
That's brilliant, brilliant. So very exciting. Well, that's good. I mean, the more players in form, the more the more fun we have, basically. And it's clear that a number of players have really decided that the way to go is to sort of attack from the right from the go. I mean, maybe they're sort of thinking, if you make a really big positive start, then it makes the rest easier somehow, rather than just trying to settle in like in the good old days. So yeah. Brilliant, really brilliant. It's a great game. It's a really
Well
great
done.
game.
Yeah, I mean, still a few more moves maybe to go before resignation, but I think we all agree that Vidit will wipe it out. And let's take a look at the game between Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh because this is the game that was also very interesting. We saw the moment up to bishop b7, bishop c8, not b7.
Yeah,
Here
so
we go.
rookie one was
Rook
played, and then your
fe1,
knight b7.
knight
Your knight
b7.
b7 was
Ooh,
played.
at least now I can tell everyone I play like Gukesh, even though it's only like one
Exactly.
move. Okay,
So
bishop
bishop
g5 and rook
g5 played.
a7. Yep.
Yeah, he's wow. Oh, are we going to get your repetition? Bishop b3, rook a8, bishop
Oh
rook
my
a7.
gosh. It's a bit too much, I guess, yeah? Or maybe after bishop e3, can I offer some trade here? Because I'd like to free up some space in my camp. It's a little bit too cramped. So maybe is bishop c5 a good move? I don't know.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Obviously the repetition does have the preference, but yeah, that might be a good one.
Yeah, I think so too. Every trade in this position, I think it's beneficial for black because black has to simplify as much as he can and then have this extra pawn in the end game. So yeah, they're
Yeah, I
not.
mean, I can.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can take and go knight d6, but I'm just I don't think it's leading anywhere really. Takes. Trying to see whether I can start sacking stuff, but doesn't seem to be. Yeah, this looks quite decent. So maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we're not going to get a repetition.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's still gonna be a long battle, I would say, because both of the players are going to be very determined, like to squeeze some little water out of stone. And let's update ourselves on the game between Fabiano versus Nijat. And it looks like
Ooh,
very pleasant for white. But what happened? Let's see from we left it at actually we left it long ago. So there was
no,
this.
we were somewhere around f4
Oh
it
yeah,
happened. So
somewhere around
move
f4.
21, I think we were.
Yes. So after this, and then queen here, and then rook f8, rook f1. Yes. So almost like the Elecon's gone position for Fabiano. King g7.
And then b4. Yeah, that was clever, of course. I hadn't spotted that.
Takes
Yeah,
takes.
that's quite nice.
And now Nijat is suffering with a backward pawn on a6, and these players seem to be eyeing perfectly on that, solving the weakness by a5, but it cost him a few tempi. Okay, my question is, why can't you take on
I think queen
a5?
b6. Queen b6 was probably he didn't
That
like.
is a good, yeah, that is a good tactic there. Yes, and then just simply collect the pawn. Yeah. Okay, so he decided not to take it, and instead he played c5 to stop queen b6. Rook a1, protecting the pawn. And then rook
A6.
a6, e5, ooh, breaking the center. f5, c4, takes, and rook fa8. Knight b3, holding on to the pawn, and g5. Okay,
Right.
now it's a big question. Do you sack your rook to f5, or I think if you come back, can you come back? Rook f3, bishop c4. It is possible too, or maybe not.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, the thing about rook f5 is that you've got a lot of split pawns somehow. So the knight's on b3, which is not a great square. So it makes you a little bit nervous about about relying on a knight. If you've got a bishop we could put on d5, then you'd be great. But a knight on b3, it just feels all wrong, really. I don't think it fits somehow. So I wouldn't be so keen on playing rook f5. Rook f3, I think is, well, I mean, you maybe got queen g3 as
Queen
well.
g3 was on my radar as well, but after rook f3, bishop takes c4. You cannot take here because the knight is hanging. So
Yeah, we've got knight
knight c5
maybe, but then rook a5
and
takes. Yeah, no, this is looking okay for black. This one. Yeah, this one's looking okay for black, indeed.
So maybe let's see queen g3.
Let's see queen g3. Yeah.
Okay, let's move the king away from the pin. Let's say king h8.
Yeah, king h8. Actually, yeah. So yeah, I mean, maybe we play rook f.
Yeah, and then you can go
or
with the rook
something,
because bishop c4, rook f5. Yeah, let's say rook f2.
Yeah.
Because after this, then at least there's this one.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not clear that you. Yeah, I mean, in case it's very, very risky if you're going to take on b3 and take on a5. So that would be. But does black have anything
apart from king h8? Yeah.
Apart from king h8, it's hard to imagine, really. I mean, white's position is quite loose somehow, with that knight on b3, and but somehow you seem to be okay.
Okay. I mean, this is going to be quite some time for Fabi to figure it out. But let's see. Let's update ourselves on the women's section because there are two other games that finish. Let's see another decisive result in the women's section is between Alexander Goryachkina versus Anna Muzychuk, where we left it at this point.
Oh wow!
So apparently, I look at some chat here. Muzychuk did some blunder, but we'll see what blunder it is. So bishop h5. Wait, hang on.
He was able to castle, yeah. It looked like, yeah.
Okay, so it was just in our analysis and the king
was in our analysis, yeah.
Right.
That does make a difference, yeah.
I almost had a heart attack there when after like this, isn't this illegal move? But Lichess allowed it. Okay, apparently I was mistaken. Okay, so bishop e2, trying to activate the bishop, and rook e1, bishop d3, bishop e3, b5, a little bit too ambitious, yeah, I would say. Because simply knight b6, the king on e8 is blocking the other rook to enjoy the party. It's a bit...
Although f5, yeah, I mean f5, or f6 even.
f5, but of course you don't want to end pass on that and helping black, so white just keep going, attacking the 6th rank. Rook c6, king f7, doubling the rook, and now white has some sort of domination in the queen side. Rook b7, because why is it not rook d8? Let's figure this out. Maybe rook c7 is coming up.
Yeah, I think rook b7 is okay.
Rook b7 is okay, and knight c8 and rook d7, exchanging the rook, but takes. This is where I think Anna did a blunder. Takes, and this one.
Yeah, no, but you couldn't take on e7 because of bishop g5 check.
Yes. So this one, rook d8 was the blunder, yeah?
Yeah, rook d8 was wrong.
Yeah, so I think After all, the preparation worked. I mean, if it was not on the board, at least it is in the time, because with all this sort of sequence, maybe pretty new for Anna and she's not familiar with, she took her time and that punished her in the end because I think a player with Anna's level, she wouldn't make such a blunder if it wasn't for the time pressure. So, well, well done for Goryachkina. Another decisive result we have today, apart from a spectacular game of Zhongyi versus Vaishali. And see how did the game go with Lahno, because in the end, White didn't have anything and lost the pawn on A file. Let's see. So
Yeah.
after Queen C6, Lahno played G3, Queen C3,
Yeah. This
check.
defense was
Yes,
good.
Queen F5, allowing. Wait, why did she allow this Queen A1 and take on A4? Or maybe H7. Okay, that's a good trade up. Queen C1, King G2, check. And now you still cannot take. I'm confused, Matthew.
Yeah, I'm wondering about this, but I think they sort of played around the houses really, and then eventually yeah took the pawn on A4. I think Queen A6 is a bit hard for White to defend it, so yeah, Queen C6, King H3, and now took on A4. But Queen H7 wasn't played, so Queen F6 was played, and yeah, it doesn't.
Ah,
Yeah,
so
it's a bit strange. It's a bit
it's a bit
hard to
strange, yes.
yeah,
Like,
it's sort of hard to grasp really quite what was happening there. Yeah, I mean, there might be some subtle points in the ending that we're not grasping, or maybe both players sort of yeah went a bit wrong. I felt, I thought that this Queen C6 to C3 was the best for Black, but I thought that the White should be able to make a bit more of this position than than she actually did there.
exactly,
Might be,
yes.
might be wrong, but yeah, it felt like there was definitely some sort of White advantage in there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a bit too calm, in my opinion. The approach that Katrina did in the game, because yeah, I would expect her to come up with something more using the fact that she had a passer on the A file. But yes, a draw it is, and they are both on the 1 point because they also made another draw yesterday. So it concluded everything on the women's section for round two. Let's move on to the existing games in the open section. So all the games in the open section are still going on. Let's update ourselves on Nepomniachtchi versus Firouzja. So not like what we
Oh,
expected.
whoa!
Instead
What's
of playing
happened there?
Queen G6 or Queen H5 like we analyzed, um, Firouzja decided to play Knight A5 here.
Yeah, I think
Ah,
he's in full confusion mode now. I think looking at the position. So yeah, knight a5. So bishop e6 played by Jan.
yep.
Um, and then now he decided to go for some sack. But actually, what he did was he just took on h6. Actually, just so yeah. I mean, this is it sort of feels a little bit like a blitz move. This really that you just keep it going basically.
Mm-hmm.
And you remove one source of pressure and then you just leave the chaos and leave your opponent to sort it out.
Right.
Uh, and indeed, there's quite a bit of chaos on the board, so it's certainly not easy to sort out. But you would think that this should be very nice for White for White somehow.
Yeah, I mean, you
But
could
how?
you could have reached this position by playing Queen G6 or Queen H5, right? If you really want to sack one of your pieces, that could be how you start it. I mean, let's say in this position, yeah, Queen H5, and then what was our thinking before? Take on no, take on
We were
C6.
taking C6. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
maybe Firouzja didn't find anything after that anyway. So
yeah. No, we didn't.
yeah,
We didn't.
we didn't
That's,
either.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So okay, knight f5, but it's a little bit unexpected, yeah, to move this
Yeah,
knight.
it's a very unusual choice, but it's okay. I mean, you have to ask yourself then as White, okay, well, what's my next
Mhm.
move then? And, this is not easy, yeah,
So
because
okay,
rook e8 is the threat in this position.
Okay, I mean this is a very interesting position, but we have another decisive result. Matthew in the
Ooh.
open section, Hikaru resigned.
Ah,
Hikaru. Okay, we saw this
oh yeah, very
position.
nice.
We saw this
Very
position.
nice.
We expected that it's gonna be a win for Vidit anyway. Bishop takes g4, queen takes g4, bishop takes e3, takes again, queen e2, no trading queens, queen g3 check, king. Okay, there is always knight c2 idea whenever there is queen f2. Just want to show it to the viewers. So Hikaru decided to play king d2, bring the other rook to the game, and after this, ooh, discovery, trying to prepare for this discovery, and after b3, knight f1, and resigned. So
Yeah,
at
we've got knight g3 with
there
a
is
very up.
there's knight g3, and
Yeah.
then it's just it's a total disaster for Hikaru. So
Brilliant, brilliant. What a game.
well done for Vidit and for the Indian chess fans. This is such a really, really good game, like starting from the opening till the end. First decisive result in the open section. Well done.
Yeah, Nami's played. When you think about the games he's played as black, he's been sacking, pieces, pawns, and pieces all over the place. Very nice.
Right. Yes. Okay. So we have to come back to Ian's game eventually, but apparently Fabiano listened to our commentary and then he played Queen G3.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
But Abasov is still thinking on what to do. King H8 is a natural response to it, but maybe black has something better than that because after King H8, you just retreat the rook back to the second rank maybe, and then you still get a hold on the pawn of the on F5. So yeah, both players are in an okay time situation, I would say. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what about our
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you go King H8, Rook F2, and then you go F4 maybe.
F4? But
So
then
Queen C,
Queen C3 or
and then Rook B8 maybe.
Rook B8. Okay, it's time for me to also play my rook. Oh, let's play it to D6. So I want
Okay,
D2 and then to
go.
D6.
I'll go Rook B4.
Rook B4, nice.
I'm just going to try and. I mean, it looks very risky for white, absolutely. But I'm sort of
So I cannot play
for
Rook
black
D6
rather.
here.
But I'm sort of wondering. Yeah, Rook D6. I guess I'll go Rook C4.
Yeah, Rook C4. There's no attack like that. That's true. Yeah. So this plan doesn't
So
work.
some stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's going to get very sharp. But I'm not 100% convinced that white's really got it completely under control. But maybe after Rook B4 we go Knight D2. Maybe. So yeah.
So I should do something else then.
Maybe Knight D2 here straight away.
Or maybe I'd like to offer a trade here. Let's play Rook B2
Okay.
and then Knight D2. Yeah.
It's possible.
Also, I think it is another tactic that I'm trying to do. Knight C5.
Yeah, this is quite. Yeah, no, this is quite nice. And I mean, the knight's going to come around D2 to E4.
Yeah, at the very least, there's
so,
Knight D2 E4.
yeah, it's going to be tricky. Fabi's played this really well. I didn't think he had very much in the position, but he's played it beautifully. So I think it's going to be going to be difficult for Abasov. He's going to need some good defense here.
And there is some more updates on the boys. Praggnanandhaa versus Gukesh. And after Rook A7, we expected Bishop E3, that type of play, but no. Praggnanandhaa decided to trade this bishop. And this is the current position. And I'm trying to get if there is any. What's the time situation?
I mean, does he have knight? Does he have knight E4 here? Actually,
Knight where? E4.
Knight E4.
Ah, you want to attack H7?
Yeah.
Oh, Bishop D5.
Oh, that one. Okay, that was the next. That was the next one. Yeah, I don't know. There's quite a few sacks. I mean, knight e4 was quite interesting. Just to because after d takes c4, bishop e4, queen h7 is a huge threat.
Right. But
But these, yeah.
But what
This
about
is
the move here? Bishop d5. Okay, let's figure it out. Like bishop d5. What happened after we take this? So you take it with the knight, I would say. You just want to bring everything to the party, right?
Yeah. Because I think bishop takes c3. I think we've got e7.
Okay,
I think that's
let's show it on the board. So
that's
if bishop takes
probably that
c3,
must be
there's e7,
probably true.
nasty threat there. Oof, amazing.
I think so. Although I'm not. Well, wait a minute. C takes d5. We'd like something brilliant now, please. Can I do something? I mean, my thing is my queen's attacks on f5. That's the actually, come to think of it, couldn't I just
I'm still thinking.
couldn't I just take the queen on f5 actually? Sorry, I'm just
Oh,
after
I
after
haven't missed it.
e7.
The queen was hanging, eh?
Yeah, the queen was hanging, yeah. This is maybe just very good. I don't see I mean, I've got some various ways of winning back material, but I don't think
I mean, repetition maybe, like check here, you have to go here, and then takes here, takes, and then check here.
but I could take you actually.
Takes, but I'll take it back. There is
And take on e1. I take on e1.
Oh, right. Yeah, d8 is
yeah, knight b7, rook a7, perfect combination for defending back rank. So totally random.
Oh,
totally
wow.
random. So,
but we have
I think we have a move.
Yeah, we have a move.
Yeah.
So after bishop d5, Gukesh took on d5, and then this is the position, knight d5. Okay. So yeah. So instead of taking on c3,
we will never know.
We'll never know what's gonna happen if bishop takes c3. Yeah. Oh.
So what is happening? But what is happening here? Well, I mean, what if we go bishop takes e6? That's kind of the natural thing.
Bishop takes e6. So probably knight takes here.
Yeah, I was actually wanting to play king. I wanted to play king takes f7. Actually, was the.
Oh, okay. In this position, at the very least, there is this one. Oh, you want to play king takes f7 now?
Yeah, king takes f7. That's the one. That's what I wanted.
My goodness. That is possible.
I mean, at the very least, yeah, it's vaguely possible, right? I mean,
but knight h6. Hang on, we have a move. Oh, bishop goes back to e7. So not bishop takes e6, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's totally crazy, right? All this, but this.
Let me think. Let me think, because there must be something in this position. What if I just I
mean, you can go knight h6 check. I suppose that's maybe stronger.
Knight h6 and if take, then you take with the rook.
And then I've got knight, rook e6, or maybe knight f6 check first.
Right.
I mean, that's very strong.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably
simple.
True.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So
bishop
d5, knight d5. Instead of taking
bishop e7. Very sensible. Okay. So what has Praggnanandhaa got here? That's a very good question.
It's a very pleasant position to work around, but okay, they have to also bear in mind Praggnanandhaa has 8 minutes left on the clock and Gukesh has 11. They still have to make about 6 moves to the time control.
I mean, does black have a move that's gonna? I mean, knight d8, I suppose, or knight d8 or knight d6 might well be an idea. I'm not sure, 100% sure about knight d6, but possible. But yeah, knight d8 or maybe knight c5. I mean, you're going to bring that rook a7 into play and cover the 7th rank. So
I was thinking, yeah, this rook on a7 is a bit awkwardly placed, so maybe I can try to.
I mean,
after
what I want to do is rook d4. What I want to do is rook d4 in this position.
Okay.
Oh no, no, the rook. Oh, I want to.
What did you see?
Oh,
What did you see? Tell me, Matthew. What did you
I
see?
want to play Queen H7 and put a rook on there.
Oh,
That's what I want to do. But I'm just trying to. I'm trying to work out
is
how.
it a mate though? Okay, let's play some dumb move like rook
Well,
e5.
rook E5, rook E5. That's what I have to do. I have to play rook E5.
Oh, instead of rook
Not rook
d4
D4. I
now.
play rook E5. I play so instead of rook D4, I play rook E5.
Okay,
That's
got
what I
it.
do.
So rook e5. Okay, let's play this dumb move to
Yeah, Queen
demonstrate it.
H7
Queen h
takes
rook
check.
check, and then here
Knight F4, mate.
knight f4. No,
Oh no,
king,
it's not mate.
king
It's not mate. You go.
f6.
No. Wait a minute. G4.
G4. Okay, at least G6.
G6.
Yeah, at least there
G6.
is G6. Or I can just take on E6 too if I want to. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to spoil the fun. Yeah, but that would be interesting though. Yeah. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Okay. So let's try. Oh, you're still figuring it out.
I'm still thinking, but
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, what about Queen G4? I just want to, I don't know if there's anything, at least I want to save this possibility of knight H6, knight F7 back, at least. But, oh, no. I cannot do it on the another run because, okay, let's say this move again. Check, and I cannot do this because then just queen takes.
Queen
Oh,
F7, yeah.
maybe not, because E7 is hanging too. Oh, this D1 is hanging too. Oh my gosh, bananas. Everything is hanging.
A lot of stuff is hanging.
Right. So did... Oh, Praggnanandhaa played my move, Queen G4. Yay! I mean, it looks sensible, but my idea is just to, if I have something also on the D4, just try to get any sort of forks, like rook here, and then I have at least knight C7, you know, because this rook is going to be my target of attack. So Queen G4
what
is
if I go? What if I take Hikaru's example and put my pieces all in the background? Can go knight D8.
Knight D8. Oh, in this position. Okay, knight D8. Yep. Yeah. I mean, there's still so many things to calculate here, so many trade-ins.
Yeah, maybe actually. No, I can't do that.
So if I take on the knight, how are you going to take it back?
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, yeah? Yeah, I don't see anything else after this. Maybe it's a bad trade. Is there anything else? Take check. If I take the bishop, you take it with the queen. Right? Oh, I cannot take twice on d8 and play e7. You just take it with the rook.
Rook e7. Yeah.
Oh, that would be interesting there. Oh well. So Queen G4 is still on the board. This is totally a fun position to look at. But let's go to this one. Ian versus Alireza.
No!
What is going on? Just what is going on in this position? The king is on d3. Okay, let's see.
Firouzja's got 12 seconds to move 40.
My goodness. So we saw the position up to queen takes h6. This is a dangerous position, actually. Bishop f7.
Oh, Jan, what a good move. Stopping rook e8, just keeping the queen safe on e7. That's a lovely move.
Yes, and yeah, queen f6 maybe is also a threat at some point. Queen h3 check. King goes here. Now keep an eye on f6.
Very nice.
Bishop d5. Rook e8. Queen c7. Queen g4. King d3 and rook d8. So this is the current position. Ooh, 12 seconds on the clock. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
No increment.
No increment. So, oh my gosh. No, I just realized that. Alireza has the next 4 moves with 11 seconds on the clock.
This is completely lost. This must be completely lost, I think.
This is lost, yeah. But you just have to come up with all these moves quickly, trying to hope that your opponent makes some blunder. Oh,
Oh,
making.
Queen h3. Oh, very, very, very. Oh, yeah, because King c2, there's Rook c8. But
But
oh,
even if that was the case, I don't mind having white after like b6, let's say. But of course, this is
well,
something that Ian that
that is true. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I think probably maybe Rook h.
No, rook
Oh,
h1, there's some discard. No.
well, there's knight e1 check, but I'm just wondering whether I can just go. We've got knight b3s coming in as well. Oh God. Um,
Wow, wow.
what a position.
This
Oh,
is nuts because it's
this is pretty crazy.
10
Yeah.
seconds left for 3 moves, and this is like
Yeah,
not.
I mean, it might well be that the best line is just to play King c2, Rook c8, d6. It might well be.
Yeah,
That
that.
might be the most sensible, actually.
Yeah, but see
But
if we have anything else.
although you might play Queen f5 then. Oh God. Let's have a think. But probably there's nothing. I mean, is there anything really terrible threatened yet? Or could we just make some sort of
Oh, what
strength?
if we play? Are you ready for my move?
I think I know what you're going to say,
Knight
but go for it.
g3.
Yeah, knight g3, that's the one. Yeah, yeah. I think knight g3 is really cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, at the very least, you see, like after this, I haven't thought of rook h1, but maybe it is a good move. But at the very least, we have
Yeah,
some
this
sort
is
of this one, and then after this, okay, just trade everything, or maybe not.
yeah.
It's
Nah,
still winning, right?
yeah, I think the knight on a5 is
Like
yeah, although
this, and then this. It's still winning.
yeah, should still be winning, I
Yeah,
think.
but of course Ian has to look for more than this position. But
Yeah,
okay,
but it's a good start. It's
it's a
definitely
good
a good
start.
start.
Yeah, at least we don't have to worry about the king anymore being on the same rank as the queen. But what else? Okay, let's see rook h1. This is just for fun. Rook h1,
Yeah, you got Queen
queen
f5 check.
f5. Oh,
That's going to be rather
this
nasty,
is
I think.
rough. Yes. No,
I
no,
mean,
don't want to do that.
yeah. I mean, what you can do, I mean, when you take on e5, because you can take on g5 as well first, so you can pick up an extra pawn.
Oh,
That's
that's
quite
true.
nice.
That's true. Yeah, why don't I do that? Yes, that's right. As long as you don't play queen takes g3 on the
Yeah.
next
Well, then I
move.
go Queen e5. Well,
There's
yeah,
rook
yeah.
here.
No, but I think I go Queen e5 check,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe I even go King g8, Rook g1.
That's nice. Yes. There's no more check. Oh, g2.
Yeah, Queen g3 check
Ah,
because we got rid of the pawn.
awesome. This is awesome.
That's also yeah. I mean, again, there's still a little bit of play, but that should be very good.
Yeah, I just want to update the result that Fabiano won his game against Nijat. We will take a look at that one, but I think we have to stay on this game first because Ian
Yeah, we just
can make the
yeah
move at any point, and Alireza has to respond it right away.
yeah
So
yeah.
yeah, so the position is still until Queen h3. So will Ian play Knight g3, or will he come up with something else?
Yeah, it's not easy to find another move really, because Rook h1, there's knight e1 check,
Yeah, let's see it on the board.
which is quite incredible, really.
Rook h1, Knight e1, and then the king has to move because it's a double check.
Yeah, if I
And
go King d2, then you've got knight b3 check. You're coming in from that way as well.
you'll be
So
thrilled to see Ian played our move, Knight g3.
you play knight g3. Oh,
Yay!
so young,
We got it on the spot. Knight
young.
g3, and Alireza responded immediately with Knight c4.
Whoa!
Boom.
Knight c4. What?
It's,
Yeah.
what is this? Knight c4.
I think I think your move Rook h1 here is the
It's
key.
working, yeah? Oh,
E-
b2, it's fine.
Yeah, Rook h1, knight takes b2, and I think we can't. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you're going to go Rook c8, aren't you? But then I take on h3. Yeah, probably King c3, I think, or King
Which,
c2.
no,
King...
which still fine, because after this, if you play rook c8, I can just take the queen now. And
Yeah,
after
yeah,
this,
yeah,
I can
yeah,
take the knight.
yeah.
So,
That's all working. So
it's
but
fine.
I can play. What I could do, I suppose. Yeah, I could play knight h2. That's it. King c2, knight h2 is what I could do. But then you got
But
queen
queen
takes c2.
e5.
Okay. Yeah, it's all
25, and
it's all gone.
then
It's all
yeah,
gone. It's all gone.
it's all good for white.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so rook h1. This is
Wow.
good. Yeah. And no moves, no moves yet. So, but we predicted rook h1. Is there anything else that might be? So the knight on c4. Can we take it? It's just a simple question, like
Yeah, I mean, it probably, I guess it probably works too, but I think he's just going to take on g3 then and claim
yes,
that
and
you've
hoping.
no longer got any pressure on e5 now. So, he's sort of
Yeah, you know what? We might be seeing 4 decisive results in the open section. We already saw 2 decisive ones. Hikaru lost to Vidit and Fabi won against Nijat. And this one looks like it should be also another decisive game. And then
yeah, this one's going to be decisive, and
yes, for sure.
yeah, I mean, in the game Praggnanandhaa against Gukesh, yeah, Praggnanandhaa, yeah, yeah, I mean, he's just a piece down basically. I mean, it's got a little bit of compensation, of course, but yeah, this should be. I think this is just winning for black in principle.
So you mean that sacrifice didn't work in the end, yeah?
No,
Yeah.
no, I don't think the sacrifice works.
Okay, we will stay on this one because
Yeah, we stay on this one just to
wait until Irene get to the 40th move. Yeah. Okay. So sorry. In
I mean,
this,
it's quite good for commentating. Yeah, we haven't got many long endings. We've just got like huge tactical fights. So
I like actually how Fabi also played in this round because, as you said, he didn't have much, but he just kept the game alive, right? Until
he was really impressive. He
yeah,
was really impressive.
just very
Yeah,
very patient and waiting for your opponent to make a slight mistake, and then that's where he was going to exploit it. Very well done.
Yeah, played beautifully. Played really really nicely. That was very impressive. I hadn't thought at all that he had anything like that. So yeah, that's good. Looks like Fabi's in form then. Maybe that misstep against Hikaru, that was just first round nerves somehow, but yeah, this is it's great. I mean, the more players that are informed, the more fun we have. So,
It's been a fun round, to be honest.
it's been a
Like,
great round.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, even yesterday was also a great start. Okay, we have some move. Queen takes c4. Oh my goodness, not rook h1. So queen takes c4 and then followed by f takes g3 immediately.
Ooh, okay.
What has Ian thought on this move?
I'm surprised about that. I'm pretty sure rook h1 was
the move, right?
killing. Yeah, it was killing. I'm pretty sure.
Is rook h1? Oh, okay, rook h1, queen f5, queen e4. But what else?
That's maybe also very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would prefer to play rook h1 right away, or maybe we miss something on that line.
Don't think so, to be honest, but maybe rook h1 now is quite strong.
Let's see it. Rook h1. Queen has to go somewhere.
I mean, maybe does he go knight? No, knight h2, there's bishop e5 check. So yeah, that's going to be quite.
Yes. So you have to, okay, if here you have this one.
I guess you could go g2 though.
What? Ian took on g3. So instead of rook h1, he just simply took this.
Simply.
What's the idea? If takes, then just king c2?
Maybe.
Because then there is no more rook c8 anymore.
No, there's
right?
no more rook c8. But yeah, Ali Reza took on. Did you take on b5? Am I seeing that right? Or
yes, this is the position.
Is this just to make move 40?
Yeah, just to make the move 40. Okay, all right. So now we can take some breather and then see how it's going down with Abasov in his game. So we saw this position after queen g3. So instead of king h8, he decided to play h6. And rook just moved back to f2, bishop takes, rook takes f5. Oh, bishop takes b3. It might be a little bit too soon.
Okay.
I think.
So he went for Okay, he went for this. Oh, dear me. Rook F1 must have missed this somehow, I think.
Yeah, F7 is doomed. It's
Oh,
busted. Yeah, Rook F7,
that's
you
a big
cannot.
one to miss. Yeah, a big one to miss.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so king here and then Rook F7, then just game over,
Yeah, you
right?
just queen takes c5, queen c2, and
Yeah,
that's it.
right. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, that collapsed. But
If
yeah,
this
I mean,
went.
he'd put Abasov under a huge amount of pressure there. Really,
Yeah.
really excellent.
Yeah, I had the feeling that the bishop takes b3 is a little bit too soon. I think you should keep the bishop on the board because the knight, as you said, is not really placed very well on b3. So, but what can we do? Like after here, instead of taking, what can we do for black?
Yeah, kingside's pretty.
Is there something like rook b8 just attacking the knight? But the knight can always jump to d2 and e4 and actually attacking the king.
Yeah, I mean, probably you should try and put the bishop on d5 or something. I mean, maybe something like rook b8. Although we've got to watch out with rook b8 because you've got moves like e6 coming in,
Or
attacking the rook on b8.
e6 right now?
Well, for example, I mean, you're going to have
And then I take this one.
and queen e5 check.
Uh-huh. And
Now I've got
king
rook f7.
g6.
Is that working? Rook f7?
I have no
I don't
idea.
know. Maybe queen e4. I don't know. I mean, you've got some things to watch out for anyway.
Right.
I mean, it's probably not quite working, right? Because I think queen e6, rook g7,
Yeah, the
king h5.
king escapes here.
I think the king's escaping, most likely.
Yes, the king escapes. Yeah. I don't see. Okay, after g4, just king h4, no more check. And the king is
I was thinking
exposed.
more of rook g7 check, but I think that's the same thing, king h5.
Oh, like this and then rook
It's
g7.
rook
Yeah.
g7, king h5, but I don't think I've got
Yeah,
any clever.
all the checking
from here.
squares are covered and
Yeah.
yeah. So this.
But I mean, there's I mean, I can play knight d2 first, and then after
Yes.
bishop d5, I go e6,
So
for example.
if bishop e6, then you have to rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6 then.
Yeah, if bishop d5.
So I think this was just really difficult already,
Also, after bishop d5, instead of e6, you also have this.
Yeah, rook
actually.
f6 is also possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well done, Fabi. Very, very patient. A good show of the game. Oh, and the game
I think
Praggnanandhaa lost. So you were right. The
yeah.
sacrifice didn't work in the end, and Gukesh was just being very patient again, like defending the position. So after this one, knight d8, you suggested this, Matthews. You see, I don't need engine with me. As long as I have you. So knight takes d8, bishop takes d8, queen d4, attacking the rook.
Yeah,
rook b7, rook e4, bishop f6. Just and they made these moves very fast too. Queen e3, bishop e7, h4, queen c6, h5. I think it's quite like a desperado because White couldn't find a good plan in this position.
Praggnanandhaa didn't believe in his position, so he just went for total broke here.
Bishop c5, queen g5, takes on e6, just collecting all the material, and h6.
Really,
ooh, what a finish! Rook f2.
Yeah, really calm. So yeah, I mean, actually, there's just no threats for White. I mean, it's just he's just got too much.
I think Praggnanandhaa just believed in his position so much because, well, you're sacrificing a pawn. You know, sometimes during the game, it's really hard to be quite objective toward your position after you already sacrificing, and then you feel like, okay, I have to keep doing it or have to even escalate it, and then this is actually quite a boomerang for Praggnanandhaa because in the end the sacrifice didn't work. So instead of sacrificing, I'm just wondering in this position, can White just make some simple move? Because let's start from this position because bishop takes f6, I think it is in conjunction with the sacrifice idea with bishop d6, bishop d5. So maybe if we can come up with any plan in this position, just a normal plan, what could it be for White?
Yeah, I don't know whether are there normal plans in this position? That's the thing. I sort of wonder whether it's almost too late for a normal plan, and the time for the normal plan was maybe, before you even started sacrificing the pawns somehow. Um, I think once you played, 14 e5, I think you were you were sort of you were setting yourself up for a really irrational, sort of fighting game, really. And yeah, it's I don't really know what White could do here. That's just just to stabilize the position and make it normal somehow. That's the
Yeah, because
because I mean knight d6 is coming in if you don't do anything. And then we're just we're just gradually we're just going to unravel simply.
yeah, I totally agree with you. Yes, what I like from Gukesh in this game is how calmly he responded to all these sort of attacks and sacrifice. Yeah, he's not making any panicky move. It's that he took his time. If we move back a little bit, like in his position, he just asked himself, like, how can I improve my position? The king cannot move, of course. The queen is quite well placed on e8. You cannot really improve it anymore. The rook on f8 also, bishop e7, knight f6, they cannot improve. So the only thing that black can improve in this position is the three pieces on the side of the board, the bishop, the knight, and the rook. And then surely the next few moves, Gukesh just did it because this is the only things that I can improve. Let's go bishop c8, and after this, let's go knight b7, and after this, let's go the rook. The rook, maybe it's not a significant improvement for the rook, but at least, he addressed the problem that even though the knight on f7 looks really great, but still white doesn't have any significant threat to the black's position, and he just used all the time, all the tempo to make his position better. And in the end, Praggnanandhaa just went another sacrifice with bishop d5, but unfortunately, black's pieces are already set and ready to make a counter play. And after this all the simplification is into black's favor, and nothing much for white really. And Gukesh just finished it off in a very fashionably manner. So well done. I think I really like how this game evolved, Matthew, because it showed like to be a great player, sometimes we are astounded by a very good attacking game, right? But we forgot that a good player has to have a very good defensive skill as well. And I think Gukesh has demonstrated it very well in this game against Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, it was very very tough. Yeah, played it very very well there. I mean, I think that Praggnanandhaa just gave himself a problem that was kind of very difficult to solve practically, in a practical game. And yeah, he just today wasn't his day for solving it, and it was because I think, he played a very complicated position, very rational, double pawn sacrifice. And yeah, and it just turned out to be just too much for him to cope with, and in a practical game. And yeah, Gukesh played it beautifully indeed. So yeah, very exciting. I mean, I'm sure the first of or not the first, but yeah, there's going to be many matchups like this in the future between these two. So
Of
very
course,
exciting.
yes, we can expect
But a
that.
good, yeah, very good start then for Gukesh there.
Gukesh, yes. And actually, I just received a note that Praggnanandhaa didn't resign. He flagged.
Oh, he flagged.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the final position. What are your thoughts?
I guess this is just winning for black, right? I don't really see I don't see any sort of particular sort of threat for white,
Right.
really. So
Yeah, this discovery, I mean, the potential discovery of the rook going anytime soon is also nasty. Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
this
if
should
you
be
have to play
lost.
if you have to play something like King H1, then you'll never have a discovered knight move or whatever somehow. I mean, I guess Rook F5 here would be quite a good move.
There's a check here, but I don't think it's a
Yeah, I
problem.
go Rook F8 then. I
Yeah.
just go Rook F8 with
Yeah,
tempo
and
then.
still having an extra piece, and then the king is quite exposed. Yeah, so it should be still winning for Gukesh, even though, yeah.
Yeah, this must
Okay.
be. This must be
All
winning.
right, let's see the only game that's still going on right now. Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. I'm guessing the rook h1 here is very strong.
Rook h1. But be careful, there's knight e1.
But then I take it with the
And take
rook,
on g3.
and I go rook e3.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see that. Yes. That's nice. Oh, there's a block on e3. Yes. Okay. Knight.
I think that, yeah, I think it's that simple, really. So, because yeah, I mean, you need to keep on protecting the rook on c8 otherwise. And
So if queen d7, okay, if queen f5, we know I think it is queen
e4, yeah.
d4. No progress for white. So if queen d7,
then we are going.
queen b3.
Yeah, this a takes b5 has actually been quite cunning, hasn't it? Really, it's actually. I don't know whether Jan should have played a takes b5, to be honest, or whether he should have played something else. That was maybe a bit of a quick decision.
Yeah, this automatic recapture, yeah. But okay, how else are you going to respond to this? Or maybe just let it go and then play queen e4.
Queen e4, I was thinking.
Yeah, but after queen e4, queen g3.
Yeah, and then go king c2 or something. Just get out of the way.
Oh, be careful. Queen here.
Oh.
Be careful. King c1, I have rook c8 now. And I have my
No,
discovery.
indeed.
Discovery is the theme of the day, Matthew.
Indeed. Yeah, it's just that somehow, yeah. But okay. So rook h1, queen d7. That's what we're saying.
Rook h1, queen d7, yeah. Just trying to get a hold on these two pawns.
Now, unfortunately, rook h7 check allows queen h7 check. Hmm. And queen b3, you're going to come round with queen f5, I guess. I don't know whether that's. And I guess I can just go king e3. That's maybe not so. Maybe I can just play queen b3 there. Queen b3.
Yeah,
Queen f5,
queen b3.
king e3.
Let's see, queen b3. Now at least you don't have a queen e4 anymore, so I can give a check here.
Yeah, king e3, I think.
Okay. Knight d4.
Knight d4. Oh,
Still very messy.
yeah, you're going to regret. Yeah, you're going to regret. He's played rook h1, by the way. Jan
Oh,
has.
he played rook h1. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. But queen d7, we need something. We need something clever and convincing against queen d7.
Yeah, so Firouzja got another 30 minutes on the clock by passing move 40.
Maybe queen b4. How about queen b4?
Oh, giving up d5?
Yeah, but at least I'm attacking f8.
Queen b4. How are you
Yeah,
attacking
and
f8?
king e3, king e3.
King e3? Ah, you mean if my rook goes?
If your rook moves, yeah.
Yeah.
Because knight d4, I just take it, and then e takes d4, queen d4 is check.
Yes, so it doesn't work. Okay. Let's see something else. What can be done here? I cannot move my king, at least to g7, because there's queen e7. Why would I move my king, right? Okay, what else can be done here? If I play rook d8,
I'll go rook d1.
rook d1, and you simplify everything. Yeah. Wow. Turns out the best hiding spot for the king is in the center.
Absolutely. Yeah. No running to the wings, just like Steinitz used to say, he knew everything.
Wow, okay. But it is quite okay, it's psychologically hard to let go such a pawn on d5, right? Because you feel like it is the shelter for your king, but somehow you can just let it go and then have your king still intact. So
Yeah. No, it's quite surprising, really, but it looks pretty good.
okay, is queen g2 a move? I mean, earlier on, instead of queen d7, I was just, oh, but Alireza played my move, queen d7. Okay, there you go.
All right, queen b4, whack it out.
Queen d4, yeah.
Is there anything else?
I was just trying to calculate if this is a possibility. I play queen e4, trying to attack this. So if you take on this, king e3. Ah, but you have queen b3 check. Yeah, queen b3 check.
And then rook c2 afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, so this doesn't work. Okay, queen b4 it is. So it turns out, yeah, the b5 pawn is more valuable than the d5 pawn.
That's weird.
It is, yeah. Usually we'd like to get a hold on our central pawn because it is usually more valuable, but not on this position. Yeah, where else the queen can go, right? Queen b3 we saw, but there's queen. Yeah, we have to really be careful about this queen f5 idea. We have to be standby with queen e4.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, yeah, it definitely seems to be working like this.
So the open section is trying to make up for their 4 draws yesterday.
Yeah, this is incredible. Incredible. You only get this in the candidates, really, you know, this sort of stuff, you know, where you know, everyone's just really going for first place and
yeah, it's like to me this year's candidate feels like it's a World Chess Expo, you know, that you have some time to prepare for yourself to showcase it in the expo. So now we see like the amount of, I don't know, like months of works of these players, and then we enjoy it in every single move and initiative. So yeah, it's really a very great experience.
yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. It's yeah, I mean, in the last candidates, you know, we had Rapport and Duda, and you really thought that they were going to shake up the tournament, but somehow it didn't quite happen somehow, you know. But yeah, you've got this time, you know, you've got Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh and Vidit and Alireza, and they're just all on fire. You know, they're really just making stuff happen. So yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. These players are also definitely the trendsetter of all the variation openings and also the approach. Really, it's more like the approach, because there are so many things these days when you just know that this is not going to work, especially in the opening approach. Like, no, it's been told for many centuries, this doesn't work, this is bad for white or this is bad for black, and yet all these top players just played it right away, violating all these old principles. So I think this is also an advantage for the younger generations, you know, because like for example, like you and I, there are some sort of like a preoccupied knowledge that we've learned since we were young, that telling us this is not good, Matthew, this is bad, you shouldn't play this. But then with the innovation of the technology, how this stockfish showcases all of the ideas without any mistakes and then proving us wrong. And this younger generation doesn't have that knowledge prior to these days. So I think in a way, in my opinion, they could learn faster, because for us, we have to unlearn what we already learned in order to adapt to the newer and modern approach, right? What do you think about that, Matthew?
No, exactly. No, I mean, 100% in agreement. I think, you know, a lot of what you learned as a kid was just wrong.
Yeah.
You know, from the books from the 1980s and all of that, and you've unlearned it as you've got stronger. But I mean, I noticed with a lot of things that you know, you sort of have those flip switches in your mind where you say, oh, this is bad. And then you say, oh, no, I know that now. This is
Yes.
what I had learned as a kid, but now I know better, you know, and yeah, all of that, you know, it's inefficient. It costs time and it costs your intuition, you know, whereas, you know, young players, they have the possibility, you know, if they're well trained, and the Indian kids certainly are, you know, to train with training material of the very highest quality, and
Mm-hmm.
they get everything right, you know, from the first moment, you know,
Right.
and so I mean, I really think that you know, the current generation, that they can be, you know, stronger than Magnus, and the next generation after that will be even stronger. I think, you know, I think there's definitely possibilities to get up to, you know, 2,900, 3,000 elo for humans, but you know, starting with great training and obviously, you know, with the right you know, fighting attitude and everything like that. It's
Talking about 3,000 ELO, I don't know whether you've already done your research or not, but what's your prediction? Like, how many more years until human can actually reach 3,000 ELO?
well, I mean, you know, what one thing that occurred to me was that so if you're just looking at engines, there's an engine. One of the engines is the Leela engine,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, Stockfish has got a very small, um, not so fantastic evaluation, and then a godlike search. You know, that it searches through all the positions and finds amazing things. And Leela is the opposite. It's got a godlike evaluation,
Right.
and its search is slightly more dodgy. But you can play against Leela without any search at all. So just purely on its evaluation, and it reaches 2,400, 2,500, 2,550, 2,600 level. You know, it's really strong already. If you let Leela calculate 10 moves, 10 half moves every move, then it's about 2,700. You know, it's about parity with my sort of strength.
Wow.
If you let Leela calculate 100 half moves per move, then it's already at 2,900, you know, 2,950, 3,000. And if you think about it, well, a human can calculate 100 half moves per move. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, we can do that, right, in 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So that means then that, you know, we could reach that level if our evaluation was at the level of Leela's. And evaluation, I mean, that's just knowledge, right? That's just understanding. That's just stuff that you can learn and train. So basically, I sort of think that, yeah, you know, 3,000 elo should definitely be possible for humans, as long as as long as their intuition is trained properly.
Mm.
It's not going to happen to me because I'm too old for that, and I've learned too many wrong things. It's not going to happen for Magnus,
Oh,
despite
you
the fact
don't
that
think
his
so?
intuition.
Wow, it's a very bold statement. So you don't think Magnus will cross 3,000 ELO?
No, 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 no. But then the next, maybe the next generation or the generation after that will, you know, because they'll have been brought up with engines. Their intuition will be really trained, you know, really well,
Mm-hmm.
and then they'll make 3,000 elo. I'm sure of that.
Wow, there you go, chat. There was a very, very interesting
All
insight.
and it's all about the Leela engine. That's
Right. Okay. By the way, it was very interesting. I really want to continue that, but we have a move on the board, and Ian decided to play Queen E4.
we need for.
So what did we miss? So maybe
No,
there
no, no,
was.
no, no, no. But this was. Oh, he wants to play Queen D3. Ah,
Yes,
okay.
there's
So
Queen
he wants to play
D3.
Queen
So
B5, King E3,
yes,
Queen B3 check. He wants to play Queen D3.
Queen D3. Yeah, there's this one.
Ah, he wants to
Otherwise,
do
it's
very
just a loss for white. So yes, Queen
yeah,
D3 has to
yeah,
be played if Alireza went on to this variation.
and
Wow.
that's winning.
Yeah, we did miss this, yeah. So after Queen
Yeah.
D3, it's a kind of like a four straight,
Oh,
at
did Ali
least.
Reyes play King G8? He played King G8.
What happened? King G8. Oh my goodness, these players. King G8, yeah, why not? Stepping out from the diagonal.
They keep on finding stuff.
Yeah. Next move.
I think Jan is going bananas at this moment. He's just thinking, oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm just imagining his mimic, like how he would make faces like, how Ian is. It would be very funny. Oh yeah. So King G8. My first instinct is to play Rook C1, but maybe Rook C1. Why not? I mean, Rook HC1. You don't have any more business over there. Or maybe a move like rook a5. I don't know, just protecting
Yeah,
b5.
rook a5. I was wondering about that. I mean, yeah, but I guess rook ac1 does seem like a
But one thing for sure, let's analyze this. Queen f3, is knight really untouchable? Can we take it? So
yeah.
maybe
So
queen takes
queen
b5,
b5.
yeah? Okay, now let's calculate. So if king goes, well, it's gonna be a bit murky here. So king has, okay, 1, 2, 3. So if king here doesn't
Yeah,
look good, you just take and then rook
queen b2.
c3.
Yeah,
Okay, we can eliminate that. If king e3,
yeah. Queen b3
queen
check.
b3 check here, and then there's rook c4. We can eliminate that. Okay,
Gonna have to
so
be king e4.
there has to be king e4. Let's see after king e4. Queen c4. Queen c4, you have to take on e5, otherwise rook f8. Let's say, oh, yes, because if you pull back to e3, I play queen b3.
I've got queen b3
Yeah,
again. Yeah.
so I have to take this. And is it a mate? Like, check here. King d6, queen b4. You don't want to go to this variation as if you're white in this one. Yeah, you definitely don't want to. King goes anywhere like c7 or d7. And what did Alireza do? No, he didn't. Let's go here. What happened? So king e3, Alireza played knight d4. So yeah, the knight is untouchable after all. Yeah. So Ian decided to play not queen b5, but
Played queen king e3,
sorry,
which
king
was a bit.
g8, king e3, just removing the king from
Knight
possible
d4, but
check, knight d4, and then Ian just took it. And this is an extra rook for white, and with a simplified position.
yeah. Yeah, I think probably after e takes d4, he's going to go maybe king d2.
King d2, no checks. And queen
No
e6 is
checks.
coming up soon.
Yeah, and if rook e8, then we've got rook takes h7. That's
Ooh, well spotted tactic,
just to
Matthew.
finish it off.
Of course. Oh, this is going to be such a nice finish. Yeah. Yep.
I think Yam's going to be giving it the full facial
Oh,
expression range by
Alireza
now. I think
resigned.
he resigned.
He
Okay,
resigned. He resigned after bishop takes d4. Very well played by Ian. I really like all the games that we saw today, Matthew.
yeah,
Any?
it's great.
What is your best impression from this game? Which game that you think is the most memorable of this round?
This one was pretty exceptional, I have to say. I thought Vidit's game was fantastic as well. Really well played as black, huge power. Yeah, the Praggnanandhaa Gukesh game was interesting as well. Very random somehow, and I thought that the Fabiano was tremendously impressive. Very very good to win a game just with a small advantage like that. And yeah, I was sort of doubting that he had anything at all, and he made it look simple. So yeah, very impressed with that. And from the women's side, I have to say that I thought that Tan played beautifully. That was a very nice attack.
Yes,
So,
that was spectacular game. I really like that game as well, and very very instructive too. Like how you are going to coordinate every single pieces of yours and then put it in a really nice harmony for an attack to the king is really nice. Yeah, I really like that. So 4 decisive results in the open section and 2 decisive results in the women's section. It's getting spicier now, Matthew. Yeah, I'm just
getting really good. Yeah,
really good,
fantastic.
really good. I'm really happy how things turn up. It is really a good rule to have this no draw offer until move 40. Yeah, so there's no
it's very
quick.
good. Works very well.
Yeah, works very well. So I really like it. So, well, that's it, I guess, for today. Again, thank you so much, Matthew, for your time today. It's a really fun commentary with you. And yeah, I wish you well. And I think we'll be seeing each other again in a some other day. Yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's on the for round 4, I think.
Round 4, okay.
It's
It's gonna be my birthday, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Well, technically, my birthday is tomorrow, Indonesian time, because it's 7th of April. But if it's Canadian time, it should be on the round number 4. So, well,
Oh,
actually, at
fantastic.
least I will have two birthday streams today, I mean, tomorrow and the next day as well. Okay, so, and yeah, thank you so much. And also thank the production team behind, the graphic teams. You guys really did a very good job. And the Lichess community on the chat, both in YouTube and Twitch. Do not stop supporting us. You've been really great sports. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And we will see you again tomorrow. Bye bye.
Goodbye.